You may start when you're ready, Chair.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting of Monday, November 21st, 2022. The meeting is now called to order. And staff, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Tavana is joining us. Just a moment. Let me promote him. I'll come back to him. Commissioner Raspy.
Here.
Commissioner Janoff.
Here.
Commissioner Clark.
Here.
Vice Chair Burnett.
Here.
Chair Hansen.
Here.
And it looks like Commissioner Tavana has rejoined us.
I'm here. Yep.
And we can see you. Okay. All right. So it looks like we have everyone, and I will leave it with staff to address the rules of decorum and civility for our town public meetings.
The public is welcome to participate in the meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meeting is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the agenda. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at board, commission, or committee meetings. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at board, commission, or committee meetings. All public comments at the board, commission, or committee meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the chair may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the commissioners exiting the chamber or meeting room. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the commissioners would return to the chamber or meeting room and the chair would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a board, commission, or committee meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code, Section 403.
Thank you for that. And we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is verbal communications. The Town of Los Gatos strongly encourages public participation in its meetings. It's essential for democracy, and there are several ways to participate. First is written communications. Written communications received through staff prior to our meetings is always welcome and helpful to this commission. And then there are two ways to speak in verbal communications. The first is now, where you may speak on items that are not on the Planning Commission agenda for this evening. And then during the hearing on specific items, you may speak on that item when I call for public comments for that item. So we do ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And if you choose to do so, you can state your name and address for the record. Is there, if there's anyone that would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda for this evening, then this would be the time to do so. So please raise your hand via Zoom or via the telephone procedure that's documented into the agenda.
So if you would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised, Chair.
Okay, very good. Then we will move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the consent calendar. anyone from the public can, or the commission can pull items from the consent calendar. However, this evening's agenda has no items on the consent calendar, so we can go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our first public hearing. And that is requesting approval for construction of a new single-family residence and site improvements requiring a grading permit and an appeal of a Santa Clara County Fire Department decision denying a request for an exception to the state minimum fire safe regulations on property zone HR1, located at 17121 Crescent Avenue, APN 532-21-007, architecture and site application S-21-021. Property owners / applicants are Eric and Leanne Wade, and our project planner is Sean Mullen. And before I go to the staff report, I'd like to see a show of hands from commissioners who've been able to visit the subject property. Very good. And are there any disclosures by anyone on the commission? Commissioner Raspy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure. I live in pretty close proximity to this development. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't within a conflict zone.
So if you're within 1,000 feet, I recommend recusing yourself. If you're outside of 1,000 feet, you can participate.
I live on Phillips. Do we think that's more than 1,000 feet from?
Potentially planning staff could check our conflict map.
I don't want to delay the process.
I'm pulling it up right now, and can let you know. Pardon the
It
interruption.
looks like Commissioner Thomas had a question as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner Thomas, while we're waiting for the staff to look that up.
I just wanted to say that Commissioner Raspy, there's a map in the back of one of your binders that has your conflict zone.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And through the chair, I can confirm that Commissioner Raspy is within 1,000 feet and will need to recuse himself.
Okay. Thanks so much, Sean.
Okay, so will you be observing, or should we have someone text you when we're completed with this?
I'll hang on the line if you want to just take me out of the panel. That'd be fine.
Panel, yeah.
Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. All right. So then now we can go ahead and move on to the staff report.
Great, thank you. Before you this evening are two requests: consideration of an architecture and site application for a new residence and consideration of an appeal of the Santa Clara County Fire Department's denial of an exception request to the state fire safe regulations. The subject property is located on the west side of Crescent Drive and is approximately 41,200 square feet. The applicant proposes to demolish a portion of the residence, of the existing residence, and repurpose it as a pool house, construct a new 2-story residence, construct a swimming pool, and implement site improvements requiring a grading permit. The development proposal includes 2 exceptions to the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, which are detailed in your staff report. Other than the requested exceptions, the proposed development complies with the zoning code, Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, and Hillside Specific Plan. The applicant has responded to all recommendations of the town consulting architect, addressed all deficiencies from town departments, and has provided a letter of justification addressing the requested exceptions. Staff recommends approval of the application, the architecture and site application, subject to the revised conditions of approval distributed with your desk item today. Second, the applicant has appealed the decision of the Santa Clara County Fire Department denying a request for an exception to the fire safe regulations. As detailed in your staff report, the fire safe regulations are a product of Public Resources Code 4290, which was adopted by the Board of Forestry in 1991. PRC 4290 requires the development of the fire safe regulations, which until recently were not applicable to lands outside of the state responsibility area. Excuse me. As of July 2021, the regulations did extend to lands classified and designated as very high fire hazard severity zones within the local responsibility area, which is much of the town's hillside area. The fire safe regulations outline a process allowing applicants to request exceptions to the regulations where it is shown that the exceptions provide the same practical effect as the fire safe regulations. In Los Gatos, exception requests are considered by the fire department. The applicant then has the right to appeal the decision of the fire department when an exception is not granted. This appeal is heard by the town's planning commission. Through the development review process, the fire department outlined deficiencies with this application related to the fire safe regulations. 6 deficiencies were identified to which the applicant applied for an exception. This exception was denied based on 3 items: road widths, turnarounds, and dead-end roads. The applicant has appealed this decision to the town. The staff report provides a detailed discussion of the 3 outstanding issues. The issues related to road widths and turnarounds appear to have a solution that needs further verification from the fire department prior to issuance of a building permit. The issue related to the dead-end road and the need to provide secondary ingress and egress is the primary issue with this appeal. The applicant indicates that a pedestrian evacuation route is provided by the existing bridle path right-of-way, which the fire department indicates that this route would need to be improved to provide vehicular circulation to meet the same practical effect test. Further details are provided in your staff report. A desk item has been prepared, providing further clarification of staff's recommendation, along with revised findings and conditions of approval. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission grant the appeal of the Santa Clara County Fire Department's decision denying the request for an exception from the fire safe regulations and approve the architecture and site application subject to the revised and recommended conditions of approval. If the condition finds merit with this recommendation, the findings included as Exhibit 21 should be utilized in your motion and are also outlined in the desk item. Along with the planning staff, representatives from the Santa Clara County Fire Department are available tonight to answer any questions. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'd like to ask if any commissioners have questions for staff at this time. Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. The staff report indicates that the grading permit will be processed in parallel with the building permit. I was wondering what that means as a practical matter.
Thank you for that question. As a practical matter, that is a point of clarification stating that one can pursue your building permit and your grading permit at the same time. They are separate submittals to the town. The building permit goes to the community development department and the grading permit is submitted to the engineering division. But it's clarifying that they can be processed in parallel and would not require them processed in line.
Okay, thank you.
And I did want to make this issue a clarifying comment before we hear from the applicant that in consulting with our town attorney and staff earlier, that we are to consider this as one item. If you look at the findings, there's a consolidated list of findings, including those for the appeal of the Santa Clara County Fire decision, as well as those required for the architecture and site. So it would be our intent to have a single motion, including all of those findings. So I'll go ahead and ask if any other commissioners have questions for staff at this time. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. The first one is just about PRC 4290. So I feel like we got a lot of information from a lot of people about it. And like some of the public comments I did find pretty persuasive if what they were saying is completely true about like other entities having it being misinterpreted. Are you able to give us more information on the interpretation of it?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. I cannot provide that answer, but a representative from Fire may be able to speak on that.
Okay.
And they are available and can turn their camera on if they're available.
Cool.
Commissioner Clark, did you want to hear? Okay. All right.
First, I'd like to say thank you to the commission and commissioners. I wanted to ensure that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
My name is Hector Estrada. I'm the Deputy Chief over Fire Prevention, Santa Clara County Fire. And with me is Brad Fox. He is the Assistant Fire Marshal. So from a technical aspect, we should be able to answer the questions that you have regarding 4290. Overall, the fire safe regulations that are contained within 4290, the fact that we hit a few milestones where the the way that the application of the code as of July 1st of last year, we have been applying the code to 2021 this year. We'll be applying the code to additional zones. So if there was a perception that things have changed, some things have actually now been covered by 4290 regulations, and where they hadn't before. But this is a pretty, it was adopted a long while ago, and there were a lot of properties, and it's specifically designed to protect areas that have the most fire risk in the air in the state. I can pass it over to Assistant Fire Marshal Fox if you want any specific items answered. We've been working with this ever since the inception. So at least as we start moving into this new process, we have been evolving, and especially with these appeals processes, these are definitely a work in progress. So we have been working very closely with the residents, trying to find that same practical effect and trying to move projects forward.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm really glad that you're here tonight. I appreciate that. I have a follow-up question. I just want you to tell me your views on people saying that this county interprets it differently than any other county in the state.
Our interpretations are very similar to the local CAL FIRE unit. With regard to what is within scope and what isn't, there is a variety of ways to apply all code, and it's subject to interpretation, which you would, I wouldn't sure understand. We have started to reach out, or we have been reaching out to make sure that we are applying the code consistently. And to date, we have been looking at some of the more local or regional AHJs or agencies having jurisdiction to make sure that we're applying the same. So without making any statements in regard to anything that might be in the staff report or comments from the community, we've diligently worked to make sure that we are applying the code that is consistently intended from State Fire Marshal and all of the basically forestry, the agencies that are creating the code. So we have been working to make sure that we are doing so. So I would say with regard to that, that's the way we've approached it. We're trying to do that as accurately as possible, and we continue to evolve and explore and partner to make sure that we are applying it correctly. We have no intent of holding back projects. We want to make sure that we are making public safety the primary component, because that is the intent of the code.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And for our Santa Clara County Fire Department representatives, we may need to talk to you again after we conclude the public hearing. And because we do go back for questions from staff, and you're associated with that. So at this point, thank you for that, unless any commissioners have questions for you at this time. I don't see any other hands raised. So do any other commissioners have any questions for staff on any other items before we move to the applicant? Okay, I don't see anyone. Okay, so then it is time for the applicant, and the applicant has, and their representatives have up to 5 minutes to address the commission on this application.
All right, looks like Eric has his hand raised. You should be able to unmute, and I believe you have a presentation, which I'll get started as soon as you tell me to go ahead.
Yeah, I'm confirming that you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Great. Yeah, please go ahead and roll the presentation. I wanted to say thank you, planning commissioners, for setting aside time to review our project during the holiday season schedule. Also, thank you to Los Gatos planning staff for recognizing our frustrations with what we feel has been a long, protracted timeline from an original planning submittal date of June 2021 to now. It's been a long, stressful 17 months of uncertainty. As a resident of Los Gatos and Monte Sereno for almost 50 years and remodeling homes here for almost 30, my wife, Leanne, and I would choose no other town to raise our family. As my father did for me and my siblings, and his father did, dating back to their first home they built themselves off Shannon Road in 1947. As a former member of the Monte Sereno Site and Architecture Commission, I appreciate this commission's time and attention to ensuring submitted applications and the people behind them are professionally reviewed and represented. We are not requesting to build anything different than any other home in the hills above Los Gatos. We are not requesting this home be the largest, the most ornate, or most intrusive on the environment than the homes already in our neighborhood or anywhere else in Los Gatos. In fact, we have been very sensitive and respectful in complying with the design parameters stated in the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines and to our neighbors' wishes. Very early in the design process, we spoke multiple times with our neighbors one-on-one to ensure the design was acceptable, non-intrusive, and have a positive impact on the neighborhood. This application requests approval on 2 exceptions: a filled depth height exception due to an unnatural road cut on the lowest point of the home's footprint. This request includes documentation provided to you that shows a small area of the home's footprint rests on an existing road cut. This creates an artificial low spot and does not represent the original natural grade. Number 2 is a request for a deck post height exception. We are hoping to support a moderately sized deck to provide outdoor living space immediately adjacent to the home's living room on the 2nd floor. Please bear with me as we have just, in the last 3 hours, received conditions of approval. We will need clarification and agreement on several of these items if we are to support our own approval of these conditions. On the condition approval, line item 103 and 110, the road width has previously been certified and approved by Santa Clara County Fire Department under the application for our ADU. The exact documentation that was used in that submittal can be incorporated into this application. We want to know if this is acceptable. On line item 109, the hammerhead turnaround details have been submitted and approved by Santa Clara County Fire Department under the application for the ADU as well. If the exact documentation was used in that submittal is incorporated into this application, will that be acceptable? On item 116, we request to understand exactly what standards the bridle path needs to be upgraded to satisfy Santa Clara County Fire Department. We previously offered signage to aid in the identification of the emergency safe civilian corridor. We're wondering if this is sufficient or are there additional requirements? As Santa Clara County Fire and Santa Clara Division of CAL FIRE are the only departments to our knowledge in the state of California interpreting this regulation to suggest new homes may not be built on existing dead roads, roads too narrow or too steep, we feel is important for Santa Clara County Fire to identify exactly how our application may be approved during this meeting. It is also important to mention that Santa Clara County Planning Department, for the most part, has removed the requirements noted in PRC 4290 sections concerning lots on dead-end roads, roads too narrow, primarily because they understand they do not apply to existing roads or properties. We request that you, the commissioners, work with us to find a solution so that you can make a motion to approve the application, provided as legal and agreeable to us, the fire department, and the planning department this evening. A continuance would only delay the project further. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we certainly appreciate your patience through this long process that you've been through. And we'll see what we can do to help your process along. Let me see if commissioners have any questions for you. That the way our process works right now is the commissioners only would ask questions, and then at a later time, we can have the Santa Clara County Fire and staff respond to when we conclude the public hearing. So I'd like to find out if any commissioners have questions for the applicant at this time. Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. In the staff report, there's a statement attributed to you that the upgrading of the bridle path right of way to a one-way street for vehicles would be $4,500,000. I wonder if you could speak to that, how it was determined. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you
Yes,
can
we
go
can.
ahead and speak.
Yes. So as a building contractor who has been improving and building custom homes in the Santa Cruz Mountains and the local hills of Los Gatos for many years, I have installed several very large, long, convoluted driveways down the mountainside of several properties. I broke down the potential costs to carve a road the entire distance of the bridle path from Los Cerritos up to Crescent Drive. I have put together a cost breakdown, which I submitted to my planner, Sean Mullen, just a couple of hours ago. He informed me that the easement does not belong to my neighbor, but in fact belongs to the town of Los Gatos Parks, I believe. So there was I had an original number in there to have to purchase the easement from the neighbor, but that is not going to be incorporated into my estimate. The rest of the estimate details things like changing the easement, engineering fees, permitting fees. There's 3 large PG&E power poles that need to be relocated, draining and gradage, or grading and drainage, large retaining walls because it cuts down the side of the hillside, which is fairly steep, guardrails, base rock, paving and striping, signage. That total project cost that I've estimated put together minus not including what I originally thought was a payout to the neighbor would come to just under $3 million. I had it at 4.5 and I estimated the land purchase at 1.5. But if the town owns the property, then it would be just probably around the $3 million number.
Thank you very much for that complete explanation. Appreciate it.
And I was hoping you had great documentation that was given to us via the staff report and addendum and whatnot, but I was wondering if you could just take a step back for the benefit of those watching as well as everyone in the commission and just talk about how you feel that you've addressed the concerns of the Santa Clara County Fire Department in your response to the appeal. Because you did document it, but I was hoping you could maybe walk us through it. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for asking that question. It has been a long road, and it's been several attempts to have this application accepted by Santa Clara County Fire. And when PRC 4290 first became imposed on our property, we had to do quite a bit of research, and we have almost made ourselves professionals on the resource code, this particular one. We felt we addressed their concerns per the definitions that were provided within the regulation. The idea that we would not be allowed to build a home on a dead-end road basically was what we felt called a regulatory taking, because we would not be able to realize the full potential of our property. And it's called a regulatory taking. And so we looked for other ways to comply. We found within the provision there is a area that cites the same practical effect. Within that portion of the regulation, it states certain things must happen in order for your application to meet the standards of the same practical effect. We had the bridle path that was there, and I basically offered that up as an alternative egress route, as under the regulation, it requires safe civilian corridors for egress. And we offered that up along with signage and a few other things. But that was originally denied to us because they interpreted it as it needed to be vehicular egress, but it didn't say vehicular egress under same practical effect. It just said safe civilian egress. And so we felt that this was being misinterpreted. And so yeah, so here we are, thinking that that is still is a viable option. And we are still open to trying to make that work with Santa Clara County Fire. The road widths, like I stated, have now been approved under the ADU application, and we're hoping that they can accept that definition or that documentation. And then the Hammerhead turnaround, which was the other one, we have updated our version of that to one that was accepted during the ADU application. So we're hoping that those two conditions have been met.
Okay, so then if I understood what you just said, just to clarify, of the three conditions that were that resulted in the original denial, you feel that two of them have been satisfied through the application that you made for the ADU because you had to do that same kind of documentation. And then the third one, you feel that the things that you've offered up on the dead end road satisfy the concerns that are outlined in the regulation, because it does provide for civilian access or egress out of the property. Is that correct?
Yes, if you can hear me, yes.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, do any other, and thank you for that. It looks like Commissioner Janoff has a question for you as well.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the clarifications. So are we to understand that assuming the provisions for the ADU that have been accepted are also acceptable for the home, are we to understand that the final regulation that the fire department and your application are in conflict over is the length of the dead end road?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like Commissioner Thomas has a question for you as well.
Can I add one more thing to that answer? Extrapolate on that. Yeah, sorry for cutting you off there.
Briefly, but your answer is clear.
Yeah, well, my answer is clear in the sense that we felt that the definition or the actual PRC 4290 as written was never actually intended to affect existing homes on existing lots. And so we felt that the entire PRC 4290 should not have applied to us in the first place. And this was something that was, when we contacted the Board of Forestry, they confirmed that the Board of Forestry authored this provision, and they confirmed that it was not intended to affect existing homes on existing legal lots. And so that's where we basically were confused, how Santa Clara County Fire came up with this enforcement or this recommendation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and thank you for that. Commissioner Thompson, okay, she does not have a question. So thank you for that. Are there any other commissioners that have questions for the applicant? You'll have another chance after we take any public testimony to ask questions of him as well. Okay, so then I don't see any more questions. So then we will move into public comments or verbal communications on this item. And so this would be an opportunity for any members of the public that are not members of the applicant's team to speak on this item. And we do ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. So if there's anyone that would like to speak on this particular item, please raise your hands. I see a few that have, and we will go from there.
Thank you, Chair. It does look like we've got 6 or 7 people who have raised their hands. It looks like Chief Estrada has also raised his hand. I know we will get back to him later, but wanted to ask whether you wanted to check in with him before going to the public.
I guess, since it'll be fresh in everyone's mind, we could go ahead and have Chief Estrada speak to some of the comments that were made recently.
And we will have a chance once we have closed the public hearing to come back, and they'll be able to answer questions as kind of staff expert reviewers as well. So.
Okay, go ahead, Chief Estrada.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a couple of things. The last few comments, I wanted to provide some clarity. First of all, with regard to 4290, one of the guiding standards is same practical effect. Same practical effect essentially is can be boiled down to that you have to still be able to meet the intent of whatever that specific portion of the code is. When it comes to access egress, which is one of them, it's emergency vehicle access egress on simultaneous evacuation of citizens. This is not something that's intended or for people on foot fleeing a wildfire. It's not feasible or safe to assume that. So the standards do apply to the roads. And one of the things that we've done is we tried to make sure that we clarify that. In addition, the road standard that is portion of the approval process, the 20-foot to 10-foot lane roads is also a standard that is very clearly specified, as is the depth or the length of a dead-end road. With that, we also have water and access or water for fire suppression requirements. These all come together in order to create an environment where if there was wildfire, that people had an opportunity to leave the area, escape safely while emergency resources are entering. So with that, the ability to actually respond to a fire safely, this is also a measure that's been introduced, and the level and standard is intended to help improve and increase the safety for firefighters and first responders. So these are all built into the code, and so we also can respond to the some of the specifics about those standards. And I'd like to offer Chief Fox an opportunity to respond specifically to a few of those things. There were a number of items that came through in the last few minutes that I wanted to make sure didn't go unanswered. Chief Fox?
Ms. Arbor had her hand up. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything. And I do want to apologize to the people from the public comments. I didn't realize that Chief Estrada was going to speak, but we still want to hear from everybody from the public as well as soon as we're concluded with this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that both of the members of Santa Clara County Fire know that we will welcome additional clarification from them after the public comment. So if there is additional information you want to share now, the chair has invited you to do so, but there will be more time to answer these questions and provide clarification at the end.
Understood. We can wait till after public comment. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so then I'll go back to saying that we will take public comment on this item. And we do have a number of people that have raised their hands, but if there's anyone else that would like to speak on this item, please do raise your hand so we can make sure to include you. So staff, take it from here.
Yes, thank you. It looks like the first person is Matthew. We'll allow you to speak. You should be able to unmute and you have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for taking my my time. My name is Matthew Swenson. I've actually been a real estate agent in Los Gatos for a little over 20 years. So me hearing this story has me concerned about like house values a little bit, and where a lot of our residents are going to fall into where their homes are and their properties are worth if you're going to restrict their usage based on a county scenario. And I don't. Mr. Estrada, I appreciate your insight, and I have more questions for you. But I guess I'm confused on why, if you're allowed to do it in ADU and increase your population on a street, but you're not allowed to increase the size of your home or improve your fire hardening, like the fence space and fire sprinklers and your roof. If you can't do all of that, then I don't understand why the town's being limited by the county and by the state. And the way I understand it is that you have limited distance from your access points, and who's come up with those and how far, and I'll ask you this, Mr. Estrada, how far is this property located away from a through road, and what's the allowed distance that would be okay?
So thank you, Mr. Swenson, for your comments. The way that our process works is we normally would have members of the commission that could ask you questions, but we aren't set up during public comments to have a conversation between the people from the public and people that are from the applicant or our staff, generally speaking. So, Ms. Armour, correct me if I'm misinterpreting that, but I don't think we can do a dialogue right now.
That's correct. But if there are questions or comments that that Matthew would like to share, it may be that those will be discussed later in the item. So now you've got about 1.5 minutes left. If there's any other comments or questions you'd like to share.
No, I think if I give those comments, I feel like Mr. Estrada will say like he's 200 feet past the allowed distance, and that's why it's an unsafe space, because to run 200 feet to avoid a fire will take an extra 10 seconds. And so that's you can't outrun a fire that quickly. I don't know what the answer is, but I honestly think that our town of Los Gatos should have a little more influence over what's going on more than a state. That's just my opinion as a local realtor of 20 years, is we should have a little more opinion on how things have been done for so long. Because if I look at that subject property and I go across it, I know that the neighbor across the street and the one above him and everybody else has been able to do improvements over years, and all of a sudden just now it's become unacceptable. It doesn't seem okay.
Very well said. We thank you for your comments, and it is possible, when we conclude public testimony, that we may be able to address some of this during the subsequent conversation with staff. Okay, and I forgot to ask if any commissioners had questions for the speaker. Okay, I didn't see any, so then we can go ahead to the next speaker. It looks like Jeff.
Yes, Jeff, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, my name's Jeff Williams. I'm a Los Gatos homeowner. I have a comment on the house on Crescent, which after reviewing, I see that it was built in 1955, presumably to 1955 standards. And a lot has changed in building standards and fire safety standards since then. Personally, I see a 67-year-old tinderbox that's a danger to the houses and the community around it. And I'd like to see them build a home to modern fire safety standards. That's all.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Jeff? Seeing none, we'll go to the next speaker. It looks like David Hutchison.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. So I'm a real estate agent and I'm also a Los Gatos homeowner. I'm concerned that the bridle path question is mostly a distraction. I want to point that out. Number one, it's a distraction because no jurisdictions, to my knowledge, are enforcing 4290 on existing roads. Other jurisdictions, including Santa Clara County now, are not imposing 4290 on existing roads. So the question of bridle path is moot. Indeed, if you read 4290, it's abundantly clear that it's supposed to apply to new roads only. Number two, it's a distraction because it's a ridiculous solution. The bridle path is convenient for civilian egress, yes, and that's what the applicant has pointed out. But the bridle path is not appropriate for a vehicular egress. It's very steep and needs extensive retaining and paving. We've seen the cost of that already. To require this on one landowner and not of all the others, at the magnitude we're discussing here, is plain and simple a taking. So who's responsible for improving a public road? Number three, it's a distraction because it's a rare and not a general solution. This is rare. What about the months and years of planning commission hearings ahead for other development applications in the hillside or very high fire hazard severity zone, where there is no convenient bridle path? I'd like to stress to the planning commission that the matter here is larger than just the Crescent Drive application. Lastly, I'd like to echo what was said earlier with a little extra color, that rather than get hung up on what may be ambiguous wording in a law that was never intended to apply to existing roads, can we just look at this from a fire safety perspective? What if we looked at the before versus after situation? We asked ourselves which is more fire safe. The Wades plan to replace a decades-old tinderbox with no sprinklers, and they plan to replace it with a new house with Class A fire-safe materials, upgraded plumbing, and fire sprinklers in defensible space. So, regardless of whether or not there is a road question, can we all just agree that what the Wades are proposing is a vast improvement in the neighborhood fire safety? It concerns me that Santa Clara County Fire Department is more interested in enforcing what they see or interpret as the letter of the law, rather than actually letting or allowing projects that improve fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Hutchinson? Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. My question is in regard to your statement that 4290 is not being applied to existing roads. I'm wondering where you got that information.
You should be able to unmute to answer the question.
I'm sorry, I was muted again. Yes, so we've been, when I say we've, I've been following the progress of this since I'm an interested individual for various reasons. I've attended hearings of the Board of Forestry. I've listened in on calls and read everything I can. I've talked to a lawyer multiple times about this and gathered information about other jurisdictions and the various opinions on this. The only place that has come to light as being where this is being enforced used to be Santa Clara County. Since then, I just want to point out Santa Clara County is now applying a procedure whereby, I'm going to simplify this, and I apologize if it's not precisely the procedure, but I'm just to get to the bottom line, is basically fire will deny the application. The planning will receive an internal letter from their legal department that says that this is a taking because it's X dollars of improvements. And then planning will, of Santa Clara County planning, will actually approve. They will ignore fire's request to have 4290 applied to that application, and they will approve it. That's happened on at least 2 or 3 individuals so far in Santa Clara County. And it seems to be the precedent that by which other applications are proceeding. There are, when it has been raised in the statewide meetings regarding this, there is little concern. There is not much concern about this applying to existing roads because it is not being applied to existing roads in other jurisdictions. So it's, I cannot definitively say that I've checked every jurisdiction, but I've listened to many meetings and it sounds like no one is applying it that way. Hopefully that is sufficient of an answer. I don't know if I can apply any further than that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Hutchison? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the next speaker. It looks like Mr. Adams.
My name's Benjamin Adams. I'm a resident of Los Gatos and on Pine Ave. And I can echo what other people have been saying about just the sort of somewhat inconsistent nature of what's being suggested by the Santa Clara Fire Department, taking a unsafe, frankly, older home and upgrading it, and the benefits that are attributed with that for a single family home or single family home with an ADU. There's hard to look at it and see how in any way, shape, or form either the residents would be at higher risk as a result of that, and frankly, they'll be at less risk as a result of it. The second issue is just more importantly for me at least, not necessarily being as closely associated with the property, as just a resident of Los Gatos. I'm a little bit concerned with this body's potential liability and the town's potential liability from a regulatory taking standpoint if we start basically devaluing people's land and properties and doing it in a way where we're applying rules in a manner that's inconsistent with frankly, what sounds like the rest of the state and certainly the other, or it sounds like the other towns within Santa Clara County. So at some point, we feels like we're becoming the outlier here. And as soon as you do that, you're opening yourself up to exposure from folks like the Wades and other property owners in our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Adams? All right. Seeing none, we thank you for your comments. And the next speaker is Mr. Gannon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to express my point of view. As you mentioned, my name is Jim Gannon. I've been in the area for about 15 years and originally moved out here for a job relocation that I thought would only be for 2 or 3 years, but my wife and I fell in love with the community and decided to make this a place we would raise our family. Now, there were a couple of, I would say, foundational guiding principles behind that decision. One of which is this is a safe place, and our perception is that's an important factor in raising a family. Just as importantly, the quality of life, was above average. And finally, it was a place where we could preserve and potentially improve the value of our property over time. As I listened to the comments tonight from everybody who's participating, I'm struggling to understand why remodeling an existing property, making it safer, and potentially adding value to the community, isn't something that would be widely supported. My other comments will echo what has been shared from prior participants, so I'm not going to repeat those in the spirit of time. And I'll thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my point of view.
We thank you for your comments, Mr. Gannon. And do any commissioners have questions for him? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. And we will have go into the next speaker, Mr. Wade. And if maybe there's more than one Wade, but if this is a relationship to the applicant, then we need to consolidate with the applicant, but we can find out.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Yes, full disclosure, Eric is my brother and Leanne is my sister-in-law. My name is Steve Wade. I've been in the Los Gatos area since 1972 and currently live in the Los Gatos area. I'm actually right on the border of Los Gatos and Monte Sereno, so technically I'm Monte Sereno, and I've served on the Monte Sereno Site and Architecture Commission. So I understand well the amount of effort and work you guys put into this and greatly appreciate that. I don't have a deep knowledge in the regulations at play here, but from my understanding, it's that, if my brother were to just say significantly remodel his home as opposed to build a new one, that home would not be subject to these fire safe regulations. And to me, that just makes absolutely no sense. I mean, if the county and the town have the opportunity to replace an existing home with a newer home that is, state of the art in terms of its fire safe measures, I would think you would jump at the opportunity to take an older home out of the inventory and replace it with a much newer home. And it just, I heard the term same practical effect, and that just doesn't hold water here. When, the net effect here is, making an existing property safer than it was before, regardless of any existing conditions at play. So I would, I think this is a totally reasonable application, and that the exception should be granted to allow the homeowners to proceed with this project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Wade? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your comments. And our next speaker is Ms. Quintana.
Hi. Um, I would just like to make a few comments. The first is that this is an extremely important decision that you're going to making tonight, and it's going to affect further decisions. And given that, I think it is important that the approval not occur tonight, but rather that the item be continued for the applicant and the fire to continue their dialogue, and that the conditions that are stated in the condition of approval be met or not, whatever, consistent with the interpretation of that law. In addition, I think the issue about taking is a very important one, and I don't think it should be taken lightly. But on the other hand, because it is so important and because it will have effect for future developments, that it would also give time for the town to consult with the state's Attorney General's office on their opinion on this issue of taking. Also, I would like to say that I looked at the plans, and basically the area where the road does not comply is mainly around the front and sides of this particular parcel. So I think that's sort of interesting. Also, this is not just a matter of one property and that the house will be safer. Fire safety is affecting the whole town, even if we don't live within the vicinity of the project. And making the particular house safer does not make for safer evacuation in the event of a fire. And I think that should be the primary issue. I have no problems with the two minor exceptions to the hillside standards, but I am very, very concerned about approving this without it coming back to the commission so that they can see what the final conditions are or what's been finally agreed to.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments as always, Ms. Quintana. And I want to see if any commissioners have any questions for you at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing any, but thank you again for your comments and feedback. And we will go to the next speaker, who is Mr. Zapp.
Dennis Zapp, it looks like you are unmuted. You should be able to speak now. But we are not hearing you. Chair, maybe we move on to the next speaker, and if Mr. Zapp wants to join us, raise their hand again, we can try after other speakers have spoken.
Very good. So the next speaker is Mr. Jeans.
Commissioners, I am nothing to do with this project. I heard about it and I thought I'd just add a few comments. I have just gone through in the city of Montecito a very similar situation where we had a dead-end street. We were preparing to tear down a new house, and an old house that was really bad. It was so bad that the insurance company would not insure it. So we were planning to build a new house. We were confronted with a similar set of comments from fire, which we responded to with, as did Mr. Wade, petitioning for an exception for alternative means and methods. And we ended up agreeing to widen the street up to the property, which was about 950 feet, and installing an additional hydrant, and then obviously having a house which met all of the very high fire hazard severity zone protections in it, including fire sprinklers, but numerous other ones as well. So I fully understand that this situation is going on. I think it was an undue burden on my client to be required to, in this instance, widen the street to the benefit of everyone in terms of fire safety and put in the fire hydrant. But that was a decision that we made in order to make this work. I really would like to point out, and everyone, not everyone, but a number of people have said, a house that is built now is way safer. It's vastly superior over anything that is in existence already and being demolished. Just like when Loma Prieta happened, all of the seismic and earthquake standards were changed. So in recent changes in law, have the fire standards improved dramatically. So I cannot understand any reason why an existing house should not be upgraded to current standards and make everything safer there. And if the fire department can point out certain improvements that could be made to the street or to turnarounds or other things, then those should be made and the whole community will benefit. So that's point one. That's the main thing.
Hold on. I think Ms. Armour had her hand up, so I think that means that your 3 minutes are up. Is that correct? Yes. So thank you for your comments. Let me see if any commissioners have questions for you. Okay, I don't see any, but we do thank you, especially since you came and commented. We especially appreciate your comments on this application. Our next speaker will be Ms. Sinapi.
Hello, my name is Anna Natasha Sinapi. I'm a local attorney and also a resident in Saratoga and a lot owner in Santa Clara County. So I wanted to comment on some of the legal points of the applicant and comment to urge you to approve their application and remove Santa Clara County's conditions on their build. I think that the documentation did a great job of explaining why the Santa Clara County's interpretation of the code is wrong, that it should only apply to existing roads and it was only ever intended to apply to existing roads. I think it's also important to note that no other counties are interpreting this in the same way. Santa Clara County is an outlier in the state. One point that was not well discussed, in my opinion, was Santa Clara County's sudden change of heart in enforcement of this and interpretation of this regulation. It's a 1991 law that was never interpreted in this way. And this sudden change did not have any legislative justification. It was just purely the whim of Santa Clara County, and that's not the way the law is supposed to work. The second point, even more important from a legal standpoint, is the constitutional interpretation. I find it disturbing that the planning department has ruled that enforcement of this regulation on these applicants would be unconstitutional, yet they think that the applicants have the duty to continue to work with Santa Clara County to find a constitutional interpretation. That's not how the law or constitution should work. It's not the applicant's responsibility to find a legal way for Santa Clara County to enforce this rule. It's Santa Clara County's responsibility and the duty of them to prove that the rule is constitutional and proportional. As far as the same practical effect goes, in my opinion, it's a minor point because the code interpretation and the constitutional interpretation are primary. However, all the other speakers have spoken to how important it is to build new houses to current fire standards, and an overall same practical effect should not be interpreted so narrowly as to require simultaneous civilian egress and fire suppression ingress. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I did have a clarifying question for you. About a minute ago in your comments, you had mentioned the application of the standard to existing roads, but I think you meant to new roads. Or did I misunderstand?
Correct. Yes, sorry. The codes should only be interpreted as applying to new roads.
Okay, very good.
I misspoke. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Okay, great. Do any other commissioners have questions for Ms. Sinepi? Commissioner Janoff.
Yeah, thank you. Just a further clarification, Ms. Sinapi, you used the term Santa Clara County, sometimes talking about Santa Clara County proper. Sometimes I think you referred to Santa Clara County Fire as Santa Clara County. I just want to make sure that we understand you correctly, that when it comes to who's enforcing this particular application or the fire, the 4290, you're referring to Santa Clara County Fire Department. Is that correct?
So that's a complicated question. Wherever Santa Clara County Fire Department has the authority to weigh in on applications in this way, they've applied it in this strange way. They have varying degrees of authority in different cities and county lands. And
let me interrupt you for a moment. I didn't mean to go in that direction. My intent was that it's not Santa Clara County, rather it's Santa Clara County Fire that we're working with tonight.
I understand you're working with Santa Clara County Fire and you're trying to deal with their interpretation of the regulations.
Great. I just wanted to clarify that it was fire, not the county proper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and we will go to the next speaker, Ms. Harani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you so much for having this meeting and listening to the public. I'm a Los Gatos homeowner, and I just wanted to echo what everybody else has been saying, and just reiterate that this is an outdated single-family home, which will be an updated modern single-family home, and to acknowledge the fact that a safer home does not make an evacuation safer. Just to keep in mind, it is a current single-family home and it will still be a single-family home. So that doesn't really matter. I believe that the Wades have done such a good job at doing a lot of research and helping on this project. And I just want to support them and ask that the Santa Clara County Fire Department and the town help them come up with a solution to move forward with their application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Harani? Okay, I don't see anyone. So thank you again. And our next speaker is Ms. Burnett.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for hearing me. I sort of have a different take on this, actually. I'm sort of surprised, with all our areas, so many of our hillsides are very high fire danger areas, and this is one area. I grew up on Loma Alta, and we used to walk on Spreckles, and it was not as wooded. It was not as so many trees. It was not as dense as it is right now. And Los Gatos is considered similar to Paradise, that was totally destroyed by fire. And I really like that our fire department, the Santa Clara County Fire Department, has put a voice in on this, and I'm wondering why our staff is not agreeing with them. So I sort of have questions. I mean, it's not about the home. The home looks terrific. It looks like it's all fire upgraded and everything's going to be great. It's about where it is. I mean, it's in an area that if there is a fire there, you know, that whole hillside is in danger. So I think that's more the questions right now about this. I think more time needs to be explored. Maybe there's some other solutions, but I don't think we should throw the baby out of the bath, maybe out of the bathwater, whatever that is. I think that we really need to think about this because there's going to be more and more people that want to develop in our hillsides. And if the fire department can't come in and say, hey, you know, you're on a cul-de-sac, you're at an end, we can't turn our fire engines around, it's not, and if we're threatened by all these different issues, and then we have a massive fire, which, you know, with the way our seasons are going, there's the longer season of fire. There's our water supply is different. I mean, I think we have to be very, very cautious here and be very thoughtful and listen and try and work with the homeowner, because I know he's doing a good job and trying to meet all the standards. But I think we can do both things. But we have to find a better solution than just saying, well, you know, I mean, Los Gatos has very high standards now regarding our fire issues. And I think we should really pay attention and think about this one before we make a quick decision. And I'm surprised our staff is not giving a little more credence to what the fire department suggested. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Burnett. And let's see if any commissioners have questions for you. Okay, I'm not seeing any, but thank you again for your comments and your perspective. And we will go to the next speaker. It says EC.
Yes, hi. Thanks for letting me speak. I have some information that I want to share on behalf of the homeowner that provides some.
Could you tell us your name?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So Ed Chow, homeowner, at the border of Saratoga and Los Gatos. And I have some information that I want to share on behalf of, maybe in favor of the applicant, that might provide the commission with another perspective. But first, I just wanted to first of all thank Chief Estrada and Assistant Fire Marshal Fox, because it makes me feel good as a homeowner that we have people like them sort of standing up and doing their very best to protect us from very dangerous fires. I mean, just a couple of days ago with the fire up Bowman Road, all you had to do was go outside and you could see a train of firefighter lights going up the road to put out a fire. And it's, you know, it really brings it home. So I just, you know, thank you, because I mean, what they're doing, I'm glad they're doing it. What I wanted to share with the commission was a precedent that Napa County has set for many, many years now. And this is all public information. So Napa County has what's called the Road and Street Standards Planning Document. They publish this every couple of years. They update it every couple of years. In 2019, they released one of their latest revs. And on the second page, it basically said that, you know, we applied PRC 4290 to all of the SRA areas, but these standards for 4290 are not applicable retroactively to existing roads, streets, and private lanes or facilities. So they have that in their planning document. What's interesting about this is that in 2019, Napa County had the Board of Forestry actually certify their streets and roads document. And so they have a letter that's a public letter where the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection actually said that they reviewed their document, and they concluded that the fire safety codes in the document meet or exceed those which must be addressed under PRC 4290. And it was signed by the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection Chair, Keith Gillis. And I think that's interesting because it's a ongoing precedent that's been in existence for many years, that's been acknowledged by the chair of the Board of Forestry, and there's also been adopted by both Humboldt County as well as El Dorado County and many other counties, but those are the only two that I checked. That information is actually available on the CAL FIRE website itself. So I think, you know, I I'm extremely grateful for what our fire professionals are doing and standing up and doing their very best. I also want to provide this information because I think there is very, very strong precedent that is out there in the public domain that would be in favor of what this applicant is trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your comments, Mr. Chow, I believe, and it looks like we have a question from Commissioner Janoff for you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for sharing documentation that's actually in force with these communities. My question is, could you clarify or repeat whether the exception, or they specifically say this does not apply to existing roads, structures? So it's just roads. It doesn't refer to the structures.
So the scope of standard, so the Roads and Street Standards document, which is available on the Napa County Planning website, specifically says their scope of standards are not applicable retroactively to existing roads, streets, and private lanes or facilities. So in the case of, like, for example, the length of a dead end road exceeding, whatever is prescribed in PRC 4290, if it's an existing road, then it wouldn't apply.
All right, thank
or
you.
PRC 4090 wouldn't apply.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Chow? Okay, but thank you again. And it looks like we have a couple more speakers. It looks like Mr. Zapp is back.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, finally. I apologize for the first technical issue. My name is Dennis Zapp. I'm a homeowner in Los Gatos. And I would like to support this project. And I want to thank Chief Estrada and Chief Fox for contributing to this community's fire safety. And just to, I guess, agree with many previous speakers, this will be a new house, a much safer house by definition. So commissioners, I encourage you to look at this project as an upgrade of the existing house, a modern, safe, beautiful house. This will be an improvement and a contribution to fire safety in the community. Any way you look at it, it's just common sense. And second point is to address Kylie Clark and Jeffrey Barton's questions, and to add to the point that has been made several times here, that Santa Clara County is unique in its handling of 4290 enforcement. One of the previous speakers here, I think Ed, mentioned Napa here. I encourage you to look at Napa County's recent town hall meeting devoted to 4290 issues. The resolution there can be summarized as a path to yes for every applicant. A path to yes, that's being actually repeated there. You can look at that recording. And the third point I want to make, and I want to echo Ms. Sinati's point, that the old 1991 4290 law has not been enforced or interpreted in a consistent manner since. And in fact, a lot of county-built roads were not built to, that standard 20 feet back and forth after 1991. And in fact, the sudden change in enforcement and interpretation happened in December 2020. There's a May 2021 Santa Clara County's Cluet report that summarizes all these issues very well. And you may read in that report that limiting property rights in this way can be in many ways interpreted as a taking without proper compensation under American Constitution. A very expensive thing to deal with. So I encourage the commission to use common sense and take a progressive, practical approach in this case and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Zapp. Do any commissioners have questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, and it looks like the last person who had their hand up no longer has their hand up. So I will, before I close the public hearing, I will remind everyone that's watching that this would be the time to raise your hand if you wish to speak on this item, because after that, we will be closing the public hearing and then we will not be taking public comments on this item. Looks like we have one more speaker, Ms. Fleischer.
Hello, this is Eva Fleischer. Can you hear me?
You're sounding a little bit muddled.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a homeowner and resident in Los Gatos, and I just wanted to say two comments. One is that I agree with most of you were saying, and I totally agree that the new home the Wade family is proposing is going to be, I'm sure, a lot more safer in terms of fire than the old one because it will be to code. But I also, my second point is I wanted to, I'm agreeing with one of the previous speakers that we as a town should, and maybe the planning commission, we should be considering safer and wider roads for the fire trucks. I think it's a very reasonable request to be able to have a road where the fire engines can quickly access buildings, because these days fires are not only from homes, but I don't know if any one of you has lived through the 2020 year 2020 in this area, but we had a CZU fire complex very close to Los Gatos, and it was just a matter of where the wind would blow, whether one hill or another would be affected by the brush fire. So I'm not sure if this should be necessarily the part of this project, but the town should consider the comments from the fire department to make the road safer, because they may want to chase fires, and you don't know in which hill or which road or which area the fire might be coming from. And so it's not just for the safety of the homes, but for the whole town. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Fleischer. And do any commissioners have questions? I'm not seeing any commissioners having questions, but thank you again. And I will say this is last call for any speakers on this item. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand up. So I will close the public hearing. And actually, we don't close the public hearing. We go back to the applicant. Thank you for that. We will go back to the applicant, and any of the representatives have up to 3 minutes to address any of the comments that have been made or add any further information that was not disclosed earlier.
This is the applicant. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to everybody that took the time to chime in and speak their piece. And I just wanted to reiterate that I do believe that fire department has the best interest in mind of the residents in the local hills. I think it should be understood that the fire trucks are already duty bound to come up into the hills and help prevent loss of property and life. If we can incrementally improve home by home without being an undue burden to the extent that it becomes impractical to implement those improvements, I would think the fire department would jump at the chance to approve projects that can incrementally produce the neighborhoods as the homes are requested to be remodeled. The home that I'm proposing, it has the nice big turnaround, which they wanted. It has turnouts, lane widening in front of the house. It has all the A1 fire safety measures, fire sprinklers, intermittent siding, metal roofing, dispensable space, all those things that not only make my property more safe, but all the properties around me. So to suggest that, one home can do all the firefighting needed for the entire neighborhood would not be true. But one home at a time, allowed to be remodeled and improved, collectively over time will create a safer neighborhood. But you got to start somewhere. And so, I really hope that you see that our hills are in danger with the excessive undergrowth, and that home by home, we should be approving these projects to move along fire safety as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Wade. And do any commissioners have questions? This would be the last chance to ask the applicant any questions. While they're still thinking about it, I did want to make sure that we were clear on kind of how to approach things from your perspective when we're having our discussion. So when I'm going back to the first comments that you made, you talked about there was the 3 issues that were originally brought up, and there was the 2 that you thought were addressed when in your ADU application, and then the other one with the dead end road is there's no resolution. And then I think you also brought up about the condition 116 that was added in about working with Santa Clara County Fire. So what I wanted to understand is kind of what you're hoping for as an outcome of this hearing. You had 5 things that you listed in your desk item. And it sounded to me like what you wanted was for 116 to go away because you wanted to have everything resolved with Santa Clara County Fire and not have to continue the negotiation. So did I get that right?
Not exactly. Yeah, well,
right.
So I did not want the negotiation of Santa Clara County Fire, I think, is a lost cause. I've been working for over 1.5 years. We've tried multiple reiterations of this. They've denied every aspect or every approach. And I felt that was, an unsafe way to approach a project that could, create a safer neighborhood. So no, I was open to the proposal that I originally offered them or offered the neighborhood, which was to do a mild improvement to help increase civilian evacuation down the bridle path. If that could be accepted by the Santa Clara County Fire, then then I think that we can talk. But if they say, well, no, the only thing we're going to accept is to build a paved road down it, well, that's just not practical. We can't actually implement that. So I would have to say, continue, putting a provision within the proposal that suggests that the only way we can get approval is to continue the dialogue to try to hopefully one day, perhaps, maybe come up with a agreeable conclusion. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. And unfortunately, that seems to be already proven over the last 1.5 years. So what I was hoping for was what I was offering to do, which would be, the road width was already approved on the ADU. If they accept that documentation, I will include that documentation in this application. The hammerhead turnaround was already approved on the ADU. If they accepted that documentation for that application, I would include it in this particular application. 116, the bridle path conversion to a road is not practical and cannot be done. I did offer to improve it for me and my neighbors, to put up some signage, to kind of clean it up a little bit to an extent that is agreeable to both of us, and make that incremental improvement to the neighborhood to help the safety for everybody.
Right. Okay. So I think I did hear you correctly. I probably didn't say it back to you correctly, but so I think you answered my question.
Thank you.
All right. Do any commissioners? Oh, it looks like Commissioner Janoff has a question for you.
Thank you. I asked this question after you spoke the first time, and I don't think your answer will change, but based on the conversation just now with Chair Hansen, I'm given to understand that the only remaining issue has to do with the dead end state of the current existing road. That the other improvements have been either accepted or leave things as they are, or your ADU improvements have been, we can talk to staff about whether that the home materially changes, why those would or wouldn't be acceptable. But I asked before whether it was just the length of the dead end road that was currently at issue, and your answer was yes. Is that still the only issue that remains between your application and the fire department?
Yes, I believe that is true.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wade, I just also wanted to confirm because you spoke earlier also about 110, and I just wanted to confirm why that under the conditions of approval, why you mentioned that.
The reason I'm pulling it, I just got these about 3 hours ago, well, 4 hours ago now. And so I've kind of been rushing through them to find out exactly what they mean for me. So in 110 states, a fire apparatus access roadway required, a 20-foot roadway was required. That is very similar to 103. So on 110, we've basically already proven that we have a 20-foot wide on average roadway leading the entire length up the road to my house through the ADU approval. And just 103 states is a road width. All roads shall be constructed to provide a minimum of 2 10-foot lengths. So 103 kind of is very similar to 110. And so, yeah, so 110 was basically the road width. They say it doesn't comply, but under my ADU application, they say it does comply. So that's where I was, I think what happened is my ADU application went in much later than this application. This one's been sitting for a long, long time, and it hasn't been properly updated in that respect on the documentation that proves that the roadway is in fact 20 feet wide on average the entire way.
Okay. And then because I do also see like in 110, it does also discuss, the materials and the, vertical clearance and that aspect of it. So that's why I was assuming, but you don't have issue with that. You just think that you've already covered it.
That is correct. We have shown on a more recent application for the ADU that the roadway is in fact 20 feet wide. And that documentation that was submitted to them on that application can be added to this or updated onto this application, and that should take care of that requirement.
Okay, so you aren't just one. I'm just further clarifying that just 116 is really the only thing that you have that you see issues with because of the things that we just already discussed, and we don't need to repeat them.
Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly right. Other than, can I extrapolate one tiny bit more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and other than to say that, there's the fact that the entire PRC 4290 in its entirety is applied to my property is a big question mark. Why exactly, when it's been pretty well shown that it should not apply to existing roads. But I don't want to derail the train. If there's talk about some way to find a feasible way to satisfy Santa Clara County Fire 116, the using it as a pedestrian right of way, if that satisfies them, then what I proposed by signage would be, if that's acceptable, then I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Wade? All right, and I'm going to remind the commission that this would be the last opportunity to talk to Mr. Wade before I close the public hearing. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from the commission. So we will close the public hearing and we'll turn to the commission. Oh, our town attorney has her head up. Okay, good.
Hi, I just wanted to check in with the commission. I recall that the fire chief and the deputy fire marshal had some information to share earlier in the meeting, and I just wanted to see whether that was still the case.
Yeah, and this would be the time to do it because you are not officially staff. So.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask Assistant Fire Marshal Fox to chime in here.
Sure. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Planning Commission. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight, and we definitely appreciate all of the public comments and questions we've heard from the commission, and thank you to the Wades as well. They've worked closely with our staff over the last year and a half, and I recognize that this is not an easy project, and we appreciate the effort that they've put into this. I want to address a few points that have been brought up tonight and a couple key items that have been brought up both by the Wades and by public comment. I guess first is the application of 4290 and that in the opinion that it should not apply to existing roads. We certainly did our due diligence when we started enforcing this. These regulations for LRA local response areas are new to everyone as of July 1st last year. So we had to do our due diligence as the Wades did theirs. And in fact, we reached out to many of the same people at the Board of Forestry. I was copied on emails to them. We reached out to the State Fire Marshal and in both the enforcement side and their planning division. And we reached out to many representatives of CAL FIRE. And I heard Mr. Wade say earlier he had something from the Board of Forestry saying that we were applying it incorrectly. If that exists, I would love to see it, because we have not received any information to say that we have been misapplying the regulations. I appreciate the comments regarding Napa County and Humboldt County. We've been following those as well and have been in contact with them. It is true that Napa County did submit a ordinance to the Board of Forestry for approval, exempting existing roads. Keep in mind this was prior to LRA, but that did get granted, and we actually sat in on a recent meeting they had saying that they would no longer be able to do that going forward because the Board of Forestry recently passed new regulations explicitly stating that existing roads cannot be exempted. So the confusion over whether or not existing roads are applicable in 4290 is because when you read the regulations, they speak to access roads. They don't say new roads. They don't say existing roads. So they don't distinguish between new or existing. So that is why there has been confusion over whether they apply to new or existing. In the regulation, the updated regulations that are not yet in effect, but that were passed a couple months ago by the Board of Forestry, they have since clarified that existing roads are applicable in the regulations. As far as us being the only agency that's applying these regulations, I think, as Chief Estrada said earlier, it's important to understand that the Santa Clara CAL FIRE unit is applying these regulations throughout their jurisdiction, who is our local CAL FIRE representative in Santa Clara County. And just to further clarify, when it comes to cases that happen in unincorporated Santa Clara County that were mentioned earlier, CAL FIRE is the inspection authority. Therefore, they are the ones that are applying the 4290 regulations, not Santa Clara County Fire Department. We've also reached out to other agencies in the area, and we've confirmed that our neighbor to the north, San Mateo Consolidated, is applying these regulations to existing roads, as well as Oakland Fire to the Oakland Hills. Other CAL FIRE contracts are also enforcing these regulations in Riverside County, San Mateo County, and we're still researching other locations throughout the state. LA County and Ventura County are also applying these regulations in this way to existing roads. So those are some of the other agencies that are applying the regulations in the same respect that we are. We've heard a lot tonight about new versus existing homes. We do not contend that the new home won't be safer than the existing home. I think that any home that's built to current wildland urban interface construction standards, either Chapter 7A of the Building Code or 337 of the Residential Code, is a hardened home for wildfires. The issue is that the regulations that we are calling out do not deal with the safety of the home. So if there is a wildfire in the area and the Office of Emergency Services pushes out an evacuation notice to the residents through Zone Haven, that evacuation notice doesn't distinguish between whether you're in a new home or an old home. Everyone has to evacuate. And so that is really the crux of why the safety of the home does not play into whether the access requirements, whether they're providing safe practical effect for the access requirements. When it comes to ADUs, the fire safe, the current 4290 regulations specifically exempt ADUs. So we don't review ADUs to the 4290 standards. That is changing in the newly passed upcoming regulations because they've eliminated that exemption. But for now and for the Wade's project, the 4290 regulations do not apply to ADUs. And then I want to just mention, I just want to talk about same practical effect briefly. And if I could, I'm going to read a couple definitions out of the 4290 regulations. I promise it'll be quick. But the first definition is for a dead end road. And it says a road that has only one point of vehicular ingress, egress, including cul-de-sacs and looped roads. And then the definition of a road or driveway structure is a bridge, culvert, or other appurtenant structures. I'm sorry, that's not the definition I want to read. I'm going to read the definition of a road. A road is vehicular access to more than 2 parcels, more than 4 residential units, or access to any industrial or commercial occupancy. A one-way road is a minimum of 1 traffic lane width designed for traffic flow in one direction only. So all the definitions of access roads in the regulations speak to vehicular traffic. And really, that is the reason that we could not find that the Wade's proposal for pedestrian access on a bridle path was same practical effect. It is not a vehicular road. It is not safe for residents to evacuate or flee from a wildfire on foot as a pedestrian down the hillside. So we can never approve an application for same practical effect where a road is required and a pedestrian access is being offered. Just looking at my notes to see if I covered everything. I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Commission.
It looks like there's a couple of questions, several
Sure.
from commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you, and thank you for your comprehensive response to the items that the public and the applicant have brought up. This is very enlightening conversation. And the question that remains for me has to do with the dead end requirement. As you've heard, that in the applicant's opinion is the one remaining issue. And my question is, I understand the importance of 4290. And appreciate the detail that it's asking for purposes of access and ingress and egress. That vehicular, obviously, we're not asking people to run for their lives on foot. But I'm having a little trouble understanding how, and I understand how it makes sense to apply these standards to existing as well as new roads. But I'm having trouble understanding how the length of the dead end road could be applied fairly when it's an existing road. I mean, I can think of many dead end roads in Los Gatos, including the road that I live on, that are longer than the specified lengths in your table. So help me understand how a homeowner could possibly overcome the issue of the dead end road. I can understand all the others, but how could the dead end road be the final sticking point that fire can't get past in this circumstance?
Yeah, it's not easy. I wish I had a straightforward answer for you. And the reality is, in many cases, it can't be overcome due to the conditions of the existing road and its location, and if there is a possibility for secondary access. The purpose of that regulation, as you can imagine, with a long dead end road, if the danger that it presents is that residents could be entrapped during a wildfire. If the fire was coming up the road, they have no other way to escape. So that's why the state makes that regulation to limit the distance that you have a dead end road in these very high fire hazard severity zones.
Let me just stop there for a follow-up. I understand that would be possible if you're building a new road, but I'm having a really hard time understanding what a homeowner does when the road is longer than this 4290 prescribes for various acreage. It's just, it seems to me that it's what I call an overly constrained problem. There is no solution, and no solution in this kind of circumstance doesn't seem to be where we want to go. There's no, in as far as I can see, there's no exacerbation of the current condition with the addition of a new home to current building code standards. And the existence of the longer dead end road isn't going to change. There's no way to make that change. You can't shorten it and get to those properties beyond the 800 feet or whatever the distance is. So help me if I'm missing something, but I just don't understand how we could get to better hardening of properties. And I understand the site aspect versus the area aspect. But I'm just having I'm really struggling with this particular element of 4290.
Yeah, it no doubt in many cases is the most difficult element to satisfy, and in some cases, unfortunately, there may not be a solution. In the case of the planning application tonight, if the identified bridle path was to be constructed into a one-way vehicular access, we would agree that that would be providing same practical effect. And we've seen a few other projects that also have the potential to provide an access road that may not meet the letter of the code, being 20 feet wide and necessarily meeting all the slope requirements, but again, meeting the same practical effect of getting people out or getting fire apparatus in. So in the application that's before you tonight, the solution would be development of that bridle path into a vehicular access.
Thank you.
You're muted, Chair, but I think you're saying I can ask my question.
Thank you. I did make mess up while Commissioner Janoff was talking. Commissioner Clark, then Commissioner Thomas, then, but hold on a second. I've got Ms. Armour. Let me just see what Ms. Armour has to say, and we'll go from there. So,
Thank you, Chair. I noticed that Chief Estrada had his hand up. I thought he might have something to add to the questions from Commissioner Janoff.
let's do that. So Chief Estrada, why don't you speak, and then we'll go to Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I just wanted to supplement something that Brad was saying in regards to the process that we use. Our alternate means process, which the Wades have been through, did actually come up with solutions that we were acceptable, or we were able to accept. For example, the road is actually not 20 feet continuously. It does move, it ebbs and flows. So in order to take a look and see that it still met the conditions or the standard of same practical effect, he provided the average road width, which in the conditions of approval, all we wanted to do was verifying. So this is an example of one of those situations where the 4290 standard says something very explicit. In effect, we can actually say that it can be safely navigated by emergency response vehicles and another vehicle coming through because of the width. So another function of that is the distance. If we're talking about entrapment and we're talking about the topography, the key feature here is the very high fire severity zone rating that pulls us into this 4290 standard. So with that, there are fewer options that we have, but we are open to, and we occasionally do hear something that we haven't seen or thought of. So I do recall going through with our senior engineer, the Wades project. I know I saw it at least 3 or 4 times, and I know that we visited the site and we even tried walking the hill. So one of the things that we were very careful is there's actually another bridle path on one of the other turns that we looked at and found that that was much worse, or it wasn't really an option. So we really do try to exhaust every opportunity. We try to use whatever we've seen in the past, the creativity that we can muster, and we did try to partner, and we did actually successfully go back and forth with the Wades. We do recognize that this was a very difficult problem to try to solve, and we could say currently this is where we are with this, and it was restated in our position, and we did indicate that this was the sole item that we were hung up on. In order to move this project forward, we did see and accept several other options, and this one was the only one that we could not basically get resolution on. So with that, we recognize that there's definitely a challenge and there's an investment, but if another option came up that was feasible, then we would absolutely entertain it. It is the length of the road that is the variable that increases the risk of entrapment for firefighters and or the community trying to pass. So I'll conclude with that. And I just wanted to provide that supplement to Chief Fox. And I did want to also echo his appreciation for the Wades. We did work for a long time on this one, and they were actually, it was good to work with them. And I do regret the fact that we haven't been able to come up with a conclusion to his project.
Okay, thank you for that. And it looks like we have several commissioners that have questions for you, because I still have not closed the public hearing. Commissioner Clark, then Commissioner Thomas, and then Vice Chair Barnett.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have just one thing that I'm having trouble getting past is I definitely agree with what a lot of people have said, that the home itself will be safer for fires because of these renovations and or the new home. And I understand that that doesn't matter in terms of evacuation, but what I don't understand is it's just, there's already a single family home there, and there'll just be a different single family home there. And so it feels like because they're doing this, it's kind of come up as a problem, but like, as far as I can tell, it's not actually changing the need for evacuation or anything. Would you be able to talk about that a little?
Yeah, I can respond. So, unfortunately, we don't make the regulations. We're just enforcing them, right? So, I think one public comment brought up the fact that if they were to just put on an addition, these regulations won't apply, and that's absolutely true. The way the regulations are written, they could do in addition to the existing structure, and we wouldn't be able to enforce the regulations. And we've definitely brought that up to the Wades. So, we just read the regulations, interpret them, and enforce them. And so unfortunately, that's just the way they are written.
Yeah, thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay, then Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank everyone from the county for being here tonight, because it's like very helpful to have you here to answer questions in person. And I know that you're busy, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to, I had two questions mainly. The first one is that I believe that this is answered, and that you and the Wades really looked for other solutions for the same practical effect to address this dead end issue. And the vehicular access to that bridle path, and reinforcing that and paving it and fixing it up so that can be more than just a footpath. That is the only viable same practical effect that you feel like you all could come up with.
So the answer to this is essentially, to date, we haven't come up with anything better. Okay. And we are open to anything that might work. And the standard essentially is it's leaning towards having some alternate means or circular traffic. And this solution has been applied in other projects in the area, and to great success. They're working out well. And it is just dependent on the conditions of the area, what potential access routes can be created, and then effectively the resource of the developer.
Okay, thank you. And then I did just also want to clarify about the ADU requirements, because Mr. Wade was saying that he believes that the other issues with the road widths and the hammerhead turnaround, because they've been applied with or approved through his ADU application, he feels that they meet the requirements. But then I know that 4290 actually doesn't actually apply to ADUs. So my question is, have you seen the application for the ADU? Do you feel like it provides same practical effect with regards to the widths and the hammerhead turnaround? And then my second question is, when do the new updates by the Board of Forestry actually go into effect that apply to ADUs? I don't know if you know that for sure yet, but
I wish I knew. I don't think they have set a date yet. When they passed them, I thought the target was January 1st, but we're rapidly approaching that, and I haven't heard anything new, so I don't have an answer for the date. We did review the ADU application and have approved it. I'm not sure if a building permit has been issued for it or not, but our review is complete, and we agree that the existing road width provides the same practical effect as well as the turnaround proposed by the Wades.
okay, thank you so much for confirming that.
I actually have the project in front of me, and
oh, perfect.
It's it basically complies with everything that's required of ADU under 4290. The definition of that is a little bit different for an ADU, but effectively those turnarounds and everything else that were applied, they have actually been, they're similar and or were applied and accepted for the home. Once again, it's solely the dead end road length that is holding us up at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I think that is, I have some questions for staff and the town attorney, but I'll hold off on those. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Burnett.
Well, Commissioner Thomas asked two of my questions, but I have a third. If I could ask Mr. Estrada or Mr. Fox to further explain the intent of the regulation about relating to the 800-foot maximum. I mean, you mentioned hazards to the firemen and I guess to other neighbors, but can you put that in more practical terms? Does it have to do with the length of hoses from the fire hydrant or what?
From an operational perspective, when it comes to the length of a road, I think this is what the question was. So with regard to that, it probably aligns the most with the number of people that are at the end of the road needing the ability to escape. So the longer the road, effectively, the more people you have. And then now with current regulations or permitting and some of the new things that are coming around, you can have effectively up to 4 inhabitable structures with occupants in it. So these things multiply and they multiply very quickly. So depending on the number of cars, and this is once again from an operational perspective, we have probably a minimum of on an initial report of a fire in an area like this, you will probably likely get at least 6 to 12 fire engines coming and other types of support. And depending on what the response level is based on the area and also the temperatures and what part of the fire season you're in, you're going to get a lot of traffic coming up in order to address that fire. You're also going to have a number of people who will be coming down at the same time. So all it really takes is one person to make a mistake, and then you've cut off access in or out. These are the things that are being guarded against. So what we're talking about is we're talking about risk, and the risk that you pose when you have tight turns, when you have narrow pinching points that don't have turnouts for long periods of time, blind curves, as you have really more points of failure on a road. So these are all functions of how to evaluate the risk. As a matter of fact, we went out today and evaluated a road with an engine company and 3 folks from fire prevention to identify the potential risk. So this has also been done for the Wades project. When we came out, we took a look at the roads, and it really does, increase with the length of the road. And so with a road that is a quarter mile, half mile, or even a mile long, you have a lot more potential depending on the number of parcels. And with the fact that density on each parcel now has the potential to increase or be split, there's a lot of opportunity for future growth, which is why the infrastructure of roads, fire department access, and civilian egress is really important. It's a safety thing, not intending to impinge on individual rights or land use rights. We recognize those are very, very important things. And I think we all, as individuals, hold the same opinions and positions. But with regard to the responsibility that we have in order to protect life and property, this is the standard. This is the line that was set. So this is the way that this is the tool that we have in order to evaluate it. And once again, through the AMMR process, if something does fall short, there's a way of taking a closer look. And that process is very well established. I believe we did an evaluation of our alternate means requests, the AMMRs, and across all of our jurisdictions, we're at about 80%, 80 to 85%. So we thought that's actually pretty good. And then some of those, or quite a number of those, are still in the process because it is an iterative process. So just like the Wades, it's not unusual to see 2, maybe 3 versions of an attempt to make it a little bit safer or to come up with a different idea. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for all that great discussion. And do any other commissioners have questions for either of our fire or Santa Clara County Fire Department representatives? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Well, thank you for all that. And so now we will close the public hearing. And so I will turn back to the commission to see if you have any additional questions for staff, for our town staff, that is, and have comments on the application, or I don't think we're ready for our motion yet. So let's start with that. Commissioner Thomas, then Commissioner Danoff, and then Commissioner Clark, and then Vice Chair.
Okay, I have a question, I guess, for you, Chair. I have like a couple of questions and comments about a lot of stuff, and I feel like, well, I guess I'll just start asking, and if other people want to add on to that like type of question, just if that's okay, if someone else can do that, so we don't like keep repeating, or we just get everything answered most efficiently, I guess. Anyway, okay, so my first question is for the town attorney, and that is just there's two questions. If we approve this appeal and there is a fire, and there are issues with people getting out, God forbid that happen, would the town be liable in any way because we, granted this exception basically? And on the flip side, if we don't grant the appeal, are we opening ourselves, like the town, up to litigation in that way?
So with regard to the first question, I would have to review the governmental immunities that the town has under the government code from claims. I mean, the town would definitely get a claim in the event of a fire. And I'm not sure whether there are any immunities that apply. With regard to the second question, I have reviewed the proposed exaction, which was to improve the bridle path. And case law on this point says that the government has to satisfy a two-pronged test before that exaction will be upheld. And the first is that the exaction has to substantially advance a legitimate government interest. And I think there's no doubt that this exaction does pass that test. But the second half of the test is that the proposed exaction, the cost of that has to be roughly proportional to the impacts of the proposed project. And here, requiring improvement of the bridle path to allow vehicular access, in my opinion, is not roughly proportional to the impacts of the proposed project. And I did just want to follow up a little bit on the cost of improving the bridle path. Even if the town holds the easement, this property owner would have to acquire a greater scope of easement from the underlying fee owner of the property. And that's a different private property owner, to improve the scope of the easement to allow vehicular access. And so, in my opinion, that would add to the estimated $3 million cost of the improvements themselves. So it's my opinion that the town, there would be a legitimate claim for a taking if the town were to deny the request.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that, just right now, it seems like we only have an estimate from the applicant about the cost, which obviously he's in the business, so that's trustworthy, but I'm assuming that you would need to get a third party would have to confirm that estimated cost was accurate or close to the correct amount. So would that be done by town or a third party consultant? Or
In my opinion, that could be established by town staff or by a third-party consultant.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess then a follow-up question to that would just be staff, do you have any idea if you feel like this estimate is close to what the town would have estimated, or did we not even look into that?
Thank you for that question. I don't have any expertise in being able to provide that. That would likely come out of the engineering division. That's not something that was pursued during evaluation of the application.
Okay. Would not that, no, I know no one wants to issue a continuance. I know that we want this resolved, but would that be something that we could get an estimate on if there was a continuance? And now I see the town engineer popping on. Would that be something we would be able to get an estimate on?
To the town engineer.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we could definitely evaluate the cost estimate. The project engineer that was evaluating this project could not make the meeting today, but I'll definitely get in touch with them to conduct the evaluation of the estimate.
Okay, if it's, I mean, if other commissioners, if this is something that other commissioners think is necessary and important, then yes, thank you. I do have other questions and comments, but I will refer to let my other commissioners ask first. Thank you.
Before I go to Commissioner Jan, thank you for that, Commissioner Thomas. Before I go to Commissioner Janoff, though, I did want to ask town staff what Commissioner Thomas said. We are not required to get an outside estimate. It is certainly, I'm asking a question. I believe it is certainly in our purview to decide whether or not the information that we heard from the applicant is valid or not, without getting a third party opinion. Or is that not the case?
I think it's a good idea to independently verify that the information that was provided is reasonable. But I do think there was also some evidence in the record regarding the ability to turn it into a vehicular road because of its grade.
And also having to acquire back the property as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's go on and see what other questions we have, because I'm sure there's more questions on this front. Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Just commenting on this conversation about getting an estimate for the bridle path to be converted into a usable road. I think we could go about it in the opposite way. Instead of looking for the actual cost or an estimate for what it would cost, you're probably in an order of magnitude range where between the comments of the town attorney and the staff engineer, if it couldn't be less than $500,000, would it be proportionally reasonable? So I think that we can probably answer that question. And I am not a road expert, but I'm willing to say that the cost of improving that, to the degree that it would be actually useful, and town attorney raises an important point that the grade of it alone is raising challenges, is a direction that I personally am not comfortable going in terms of recommending that the bridle path be improved as a road to solve the problem of the length of the dead end. I'm really stuck at this one very basic place, and that is that the road exists and that the project, as the applicants have described, does not exacerbate the problem of ingress or egress. They've proposed improvements for turnaround and access, and that's a good thing. That's going to help, but this is a shared problem for all of the residents of Crescent Drive, and I think the fact that this applicant is asking for what they are, and the burden of change is being placed on them is quite. It seems to me to be an extreme burden. We're evaluating. It's a tough problem. We're evaluating the situation of this condition of the existing road, and I understand fire's position. You've got regulations, and that's your job. Your job is to enforce the regulations. That's great, and that's what we want you to do. But this is a really gray area in terms of what exists and the conditions. And as I said, asking this particular applicant to shoulder the burden of making it safe is not a reasonable request, in my view. You've got residents up Crescent, you've got residents below Crescent that all share the same. So, if we step back and say, well, if anybody's going to make an improvement, then it's a shared burden, and everybody on Crescent needs to chip in and do whatever is. And you couldn't do it because your road is too long per regulation. There's no solution to this problem. That's where I'm stuck. So if there's no solution to the problem of the length of the dead end road, then granting the exceptions for the applicant to improve the structure is an improvement. It does nothing to affect ingress and egress. And the structure could be great in terms of fire hardening. It could have all of the bells and whistles and all the right materials of construction, but the people in it aren't going to be in it, right? So that structure might stand, but it's not going to give the people in it any additional safety, right? So we're really only talking about ingress and egress. So I'm really just stuck on this notion that this application will be required to fix this problem, which is unfixable by this applicant. In order to move forward. I'm inclined to agree with the applicant and approve the appeal to the Santa Clara Fire Department, but I'm open to further discussion.
Thank you. Very well said, Commissioner Janoff. And we will go to Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Barnett, and then I guess back to Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Yeah, first, I completely agree with Commissioner Janoff. I think if it's an unsolvable problem, then it's not fair to put the burden on the applicant. And for me, if I don't see any world in which there's more harm coming from it, because, single family home where there was a single family home, if anything, it's at least a more fire safe structure. And so to me, if there isn't really a solution, then I would lean toward granting the exception for the applicant. But I do have a question for staff. So Fire was saying that, code's the code. And even if it doesn't really make sense, then, it is what it is. And of course, it is their job to enforce the code. But then now that the Planning Commission is seeing it, is it kind of our place where we could say, okay, well, in this case, the code isn't logical, or do we need to make a more specific finding?
I can answer that. The regulations set forth a procedure that we're to follow. And so the first step is for the applicant to submit a request for an exception to the fire department. The fire department makes a decision. That decision is appealable to the local jurisdiction. That's where we are now. And in order to grant an appeal, the jurisdiction is required to make a finding that granting the exception will have the same practical effect as the regulation. And so staff has prepared some proposed findings that do make that finding. And with reasons that back up that finding. And the commission is free to add to those reasons or take away any reasons that it doesn't agree with.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and then I also did have a question for you based on what you were saying earlier about the two criteria. And I agree that we probably don't meet the second one of it being roughly proportional. So if that puts us up for potential litigation, like obviously that's pretty concerning. Is that something that we should probably be heavily weighing in this decision?
In my opinion, it's determinative, but I'm coming at it from a legal perspective.
Right. Yeah. Okay. To my fellow commissioners, I do think that that's something that we should really keep in mind with this, because obviously we don't want to put the town in jeopardy.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Barnett.
So I wonder if the town attorney could comment on the input from Ms. Sinapi that the condition requiring conciliation between the applicant and the fire department is illogical in itself, a taking, because nothing can be accomplished, basically.
Yeah, there was an earlier version of the conditions of approval that did include that requirement. And that was when staff was hopeful that there was another way to solve the problem. But it's apparent that there's not another way to solve the problem. And so just this afternoon, staff prepared a revised set of conditions. And so the current set of conditions, numbers 116, provides that the applicant shall work with the Santa Clara County Fire Department to ensure compliance with the local fire department requirements and regulations. And I think the intent of that is not to require that the applicant continue to work with the fire department on an alternative. I think the intent of that condition is that the project will comply with, I think, the California Building Code, but I also think it's worth clarifying that on the record. But the condition that's proposed for the Planning Commission right now does require compliance with local fire department requirements and regulations.
Thank you.
So question back to town attorney. If we were to approve the project, to deny the to approve the appeal, then are we it sounds like we would have an issue with 116. I mean, do we need 116 if we're not asking the applicant to continue to work with, because they said they're at a standstill and we've already determined there's no solution to this problem.
I think the intent, I think the intent of 116 is to require conformance with the California Building Code, but maybe Mr. Mullen can confirm that.
Yes, thank you. I can offer some clarification. So the old 116, or I should say the new 116 that requires compliance with the Santa Clara County Fire Department, was the intent of that is to ensure that the project complies with the fire department's requirements, not the Board of Forestry's requirements under 4290 and the fire safe regulations. This is a unique situation that the town's not been through before, so this is our first time. And what the Planning Commission normally sees when we come to them with a project is a set of conditions of approval from the fire department. This is unique in that we never received conditions of approval because the fire department was not in a position to be able to provide an approval. So the original set of conditions, which had a lot of conditions struck out under fire, included a lot of basically just deficiencies that we would see in a deficiency letter. As staff continued coordination with the fire department and internal discussion, we landed on the revised conditions of approval that are in front of you tonight. And part of our discussion with the fire department on Friday was there was some concern, rightly so, that the way the conditions and the project were written as of the Friday staff report, it didn't require, if we struck all the 4290 issues, there was nothing requiring that the applicant comply with the regular Santa Clara County fire requirements. So the new 116 requires that they work with the fire department to meet those requirements. And I could let the fire department chime in if they'd like to as to whether the road, because that's the sticking point, if the dead end road in its current configuration would meet the county fire's requirements. We know it doesn't meet 4290s.
County fire does not limit the length of a dead end road under our local regulations.
Okay, so before I know Commissioner Thomas still has her hand up. So the conditions that we have in our packet from from over the weekend versus what you guys sent out today. So you added, and it makes sense that you didn't strike I'm trying to remember like between one document or another because I don't have them in front of me at the second. You didn't have those stricken conditions anymore. You left those in, and then 116 is more of a catch-all to make sure that they're compliant with the local fire codes. But because this is important, because we got a whole letter from the applicant today about if you put 116 in there, where like I feel like I think he didn't say these words, but he felt like his hands were tied because he's already gone there and it's an unsolvable problem. So I just wanted to be clear. So the conditions that we're supposed to consider are the ones that you sent today.
That's correct. That's the recommendation of staff. Okay. Unfortunately, the letter that you're referencing from Mr. Wade was received later on, past the Friday cutoff for inclusion in the addendum. So it was included with today's desk item, although it was dated from Friday. So the 116 that he was speaking about in that letter was the old 116 from Friday, not the new 116. I hope that clarifies it, and I apologize for the confusion.
Yes. Yeah. I was just trying to make sure we're kind of like all on the same page. All right. So good. Okay. So Commissioner Thomas.
Okay. Thank you for all that clarification with the timeline. That makes sense why we got the letter and the same thing. Okay. So my question and / concern is I totally hear what Commissioner Janoff and Clark are saying. And I do agree that like risk is not necessarily increased in order, like, because this is like one single family home replacing another single family home. But I do think that it's really difficult for me to just say like, oh, I also feel like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, because I feel like upholding the enforcement of this law, it sounds like it like leaves the town open to litigation, which is scary and what we definitely don't want. But it's also like not even a law that or a regulation that we passed as a town, right? This is a statewide thing that's done by the Board of Forestry. But that being said, I think that the fact that they have recently updated regulations explicitly stating existing roads do apply, and the fact that they are changing the rules around ADUs as being exempt and stuff, that tells me that the Board of Forestry and the state is very well aware that this will trigger situations like this. And I think that when this kind of reminds me of a few, I don't know, maybe years ago now, we had there was a hearing about Harding. It was on Harding Avenue, and it was part of our Complete Streets area. And it was they were asking for an exemption or exception or an exemption from having to improve the sidewalk. And it was like no one on either side of us. It's just going to be a sidewalk in the middle of nowhere. And on the commission, we were back and forth because it's like the whole purpose of the Complete Streets thing is to like incrementally improve the safety of our streets. And I feel like that is the purpose of 4290. And I know that we have a lot of issues, and there's a lot of issues associated with fire safety, and where historically the state and jurisdictions have allowed people to build structures. And I think that it is really hard for me to say like, yes, we should just grant this an exception just because there's not a solution because I think that the whole point of the entire point of the law, and part of it is the part that explicitly is going to be applied to existing roads statewide. I just really struggle with that because it obviously is going to trigger. That's the intent of the law. So I mean, I know that can be really frustrating for property owners. It can be really frustrating for like towns like us who are put in a situation to be like making decisions on a local level about something that is a really large safety hazard at a very high level. And we know that climate change has really creeped upon us recently and caused major issues associated with the fact that we live in a high fire severity zone. And I think that it just makes me nervous to say, yeah, this doesn't seem like it's that risky because we're not the experts. And so I know that this is our job as planning commissioners. So I want to continue to discuss it. But I see the intent of the law is to trigger situations like this to make communities and neighborhoods more safe, but I'm open to hearing if people don't feel that way.
Before I go to Commissioner Janoff, who has their hands up, I mean, I do see this problem a bit differently than do you, Commissioner Thomas. I don't think that we're making a decision that the fire safety isn't important if we were to grant the appeal. What we're saying is that I think it's a combination of things that our town attorney said, in addition to what Commissioner Janoff said, which was that this is a shared problem, and that it isn't practical to even take this particular solution and make it into a secondary access because of the length and steepness of the road. So in my mind, this isn't a decision to say that 4290 is important if the commission goes in that direction. It's that this isn't the way to solve the problem, that there is another solution out there, or that it might be other parties that need to solve the problem. That's the way I'm seeing this discussion going. So, I just want to be clear, because I don't think anybody on the planning commission or our staff would say that 4290 isn't important, right? And no one is saying that. Okay.
No, I totally agree. I think that the problem is, though, for me, is like the same practical effect. Like if we have to make the finding of the same practical effect, and the fire, Santa Clara County Fire is saying that there is no, like, how do we make that finding, I guess, is my concern.
Well, let's have Commissioner Janoff speak, and then we can also go back to our town attorney and staff if that's the direction that the commission wants to go. But let's just go with it for now and see where we come out.
Thank you. I'm not sure that it's our job to make that finding, Commissioner Thomas, that specific wording, that it's the same practical effect. That's what the 4290 speaks to, but I'm not sure that that's the specific finding. I could be wrong. But my point that I wanted to make is this. There's a bunch of really good regulations that 4290 asks for. And this project demonstrates that all of those that can be affected by a single property owner, those that are within that property owner's control, the property owner is proposing to do. The property owners demonstrated that the width of the road is on average 20 feet. And I appreciate the fire department accepting that as a 10 by 10 alternative. That's a really important thing. Like if this were a long dead end, like my dead end, it's not 20 feet wide. That would be a different problem. But if you've got a 20-foot wide road, you've already got a big risk factor taken care of because you have generally access. Now, the fire department has made it very clear that the turns and there are other aspects of the road that would make navigation challenging under trying circumstances at best. We understand that. Unfortunately for me, the things that are controllable, like the width of the road and the turnouts and that sort of thing, are lumped together with the length of the road. And I appreciate the county, our county fire department doesn't have that same standard, because that's one thing that we really can't change. A lot of these exist. They've been that way for a long time. This development I live in has been around since the 1940s, 1950s. You're not going to change the length of the road because you've got all the homeowners, resident property owners, all the way the length of the road. That to me is a problem that can't be solved. And that's where I'm stuck. I'm thinking that the homeowner has done what they can practically undertake to meet the spirit of what 4290 is asking as well. So, you know, I'm comfortable with that. And I'm comfortable that they're doing as much as they can, and asking them to do more because there's a bridle path, notwithstanding the costs that might be out of proportion, is kind of unfair. Think of all the properties, think of the property next to them that doesn't have the bridle path. You know, so the alternative that this property owner is looking at with fire, you know, it's an untenable alternative that happens to be because it's, you know, this particular property. So it's kind of to me, it's a very burdensome alternative. And so I'm not in favor of that for the reasons discussed. But yeah, I think I'm comfortable that the property owner, the applicant, has done as much as they practically can to meet the spirit of the regulation, and I would be comfortable moving forward. I don't believe, at least I haven't heard town attorney say that approving this as requested would put the town at a greater liability because we're creating a risk. I don't think I've heard the town attorney say that. I will ask that for that clarification now, but keeping in mind that we're not creating any additional risk by allowing a property owner to improve the structure of their home to current building standards. But I'll defer to the town attorney with that question. Are we creating risk for the town? Should we approve this?
Well, you know, as you know, the town can get claims for anything. And I think, you know, the town probably would get a claim. But we probably would make the argument, if this appeal were to be granted, that the town made the findings required by the regulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to Commissioner Thomas and then Vice Chair Burnett.
Thank you. I want to say thank you for everyone sharing their thoughts and what they're feeling about this, because I do think that I do think the intent of the law is to discourage people from living in high fire hazard severity zones. And unfortunately, like, that's where we're at with regards to just like the mismanagement of our land and planning and fires and climate change and all of that. And so I think that it is unfortunate because there are homeowners who are trying to make improvements to make their neighborhood and make their, you know, improve their own defensible space for the sake of their entire neighborhood. But the way that the state sees it is that they're trying to do what they can to discourage people from building in these areas, no matter what, and moving out of them, which I think, and like not moving into them. So I think that it's unfortunate that now we're put in a position to make a decision because of that. But I do know that I think that the applicants have done a really good job of, like, you know, working with county fire to figure out exactly how they can comply best as possible and meet all the requirements. And I'm happy with that. I did think when Commissioner Clark asked for clarification about like this process, I thought I heard the town attorney say that we had to make a finding that it had the same practical effect. But in the findings that I have which I believe are the most updated ones, the ones we got in our physical packet on Friday, right? The findings didn't change, only the, okay. So the findings are the same, because in the findings, it doesn't state that, it just says.
I can clarify.
The findings have
Hold
changed.
on.
Oh, they
Yes.
have changed. Shit, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, where are they? Where are the updated findings then?
So the updated findings are included with today's desk item.
Okay.
Exhibit 21.
Okay.
Conditions are exhibit 22.
Okay, so conditions are, but I was looking at the updated conditions. Okay, so can we just get clarification on what finding we have to make, I guess is my question, please. Thank you.
So the finding about the exception providing the same practical effect, that's the determination that's made by the inspection entity when the initial request is made. So that's County Fire. And then when the appeal comes to the local jurisdiction's finding is that the decision meets the intent of providing defensible space consistent with the regulations.
Okay, so I see that these findings, the updated findings are just a little bit more specific than the original one that we had on Friday, to probably go with the updated everything else. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Vice Chair Burnett.
Thank you, Chair. Another question for the town attorney. Since the town is facing a liability for a taking, unconstitutional taking on the one hand, and potential liability exposure on the other hand, would the constitutional requirement sort of trump the safety issue so that we would have a potential defense in the event of a claim? And I know you can't guarantee that, but I was wondering if that would be a reasonable thought in connection with a possible claim.
I guess the way I would look at it is the takings, the potential takings claim is a potential right now. And a liability claim is a possibility, but it's not in front of the town right now.
Okay. All right. So I said a few things along the way, but I wanted to say that I am pretty much on the same page as Commissioner Janoff, that I came to through my own reading and as well as, listening to the testimony tonight. As I was saying, it's clear that this is a problem that needs to be solved, but I don't see that the burden is on the applicant to solve this problem, to provide, the best possible defensible situation, especially when it's a part of his property that he doesn't really have legal rights to, because of the easement, and that he would have to go acquire, and that even though we don't have a third-party validation of the cost, it would be prohibitively expensive. So I don't think it's the burden on the applicant alone. I think it would be the neighborhood as a whole, but I don't know that there's a way to force the issue to make the neighborhood do all this, especially if it really does turn out to cost $3 or $4 million. But given that, I go back to what Commissioner Janoff said, that the applicant's done everything that they practically can do, and it's not even clear that we can do anything with that road, even if they did have access to it, because of the steepness of it. So I think for all those reasons, I would be in favor of granting the appeal so that they can move forward with their project, and hope that at some point that either the neighborhood could get together and solve this problem of additional secondary access to make their neighborhood safer. But I just don't see that we'd have the justification to put it on this particular applicant. So that being said, let's see if there's any more comments or if anyone feels like they're ready to make a motion. I would also offer up that since it's 9:45, if you needed to have a break to go over and look at anything from the desk item before we made a motion, we can do that as well. Thoughts on that? Commissioner Thomas.
I did see the difference in the findings, and I am happy to I feel like we can make all of these findings as a group. So I read over it and I'm happy with it. And
did you want to make a motion?
Sure. After I was the one that everyone thought that I was not going to do anything, I'll make the motion. Okay, let me find my original thing. So I move to approve. Now I don't even know where my pages are on this.
Mr. Mullen has his hand up.
Oh, sorry.
You're gonna help us out on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, through the chair. The desk item, the body of the desk item also includes your path to making the motion and the findings. So if you look on page 1, it's similar to the last couple of pages of your original staff report that includes the findings as updated.
The
updated in the exhibits attached to the desk item. So that might help.
Okay, so page 1 of the desk item today.
And then you'll see item.
Sorry, what was that? You'll see what?
Sorry, you'll see items 1 through 8 on pages 1 and 2 of the staff report. Those are updated versions of, sorry, the desk item, which are updated versions of what was in the staff report.
Okay, perfect.
And before you proceed, Commissioner Thomas, I meant to remind everyone of this. We actually have an architecture and site to approve, and we have had really no discussion about a couple exceptions that they asked for, but there was a lot of documentation in the staff report. But so we do have as part of our overall motion, not only to deal with the Santa Clara County Fire and the 4290, but also the approval of their architecture and site.
Yes, and
all that's in the findings as well. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that, because we didn't spend any time any time in this hearing talking about that.
I'm still comfortable with making with those two. So if I could, am I getting head on? Okay, good. Okay,
go ahead.
So I move to approve the request for construction of a new single-family residence and site improvement requiring a grading permit, and grant the appeal of Santa Clara County Fire Department decision denying a request for the exception to the state minimum fire safe regulation on property zoned HR1 located at 17121 Crescent Avenue, APN 53221-007. Property owner Eric and Leanne Wade and project planner Sean Mullen. And that includes all the conditions in the desk item, including 1 through 8, and in this staff report. And we didn't make any other updates, I don't think. So that's it.
And the conditions of approval for exhibit 22, I guess it is, right?
Yes, that are also in this revised conditions of approval, desk item 22.
Okay. All right, very good. Do we have a second? Commissioner Clark.
I second.
Okay, very good. Let's see. Is there further discussion? Vice Chair Barnett?
Yes, I didn't hear in the motion that the approval is subject to the project plans as well as the conditions. So I would recommend I would propose a motion to amend the motion to that extent. Yes.
Okay, and before we do that, I'm going to check with Ms. Armour to make sure there's nothing else that was missing.
Yeah, no, Thank you. I believe the maker of the motion did reference points 1 through 8 in the desk item, which included making the findings for CEQA, the findings for compliance with Chapter 29, the findings for the exceptions to the hillside development standards and guidelines, the findings that the project complies with the hillside specific plan, considerations for architecture and site, the findings to grant the appeal, and granting the appeal, and then approving architecture and site with conditions in Exhibit 22 and development plans in Exhibit 18. So I believe that was all part of the 1 through 8 that the motioner included.
Thank you, Ms. Arbor, for clarifying that, because because like I said, it's there's been a lot of stuff going back and forth. Okay.
To include
Okay.
all things.
So, Vice Chair, now that you heard that, do you still feel like they need to amend the motion?
I'm not convinced that we've got I said, understand the architectural and site is being approved, but I didn't understand that, and I still don't understand that the plans themselves as submitted in the staff report are being incorporated into the motion. Maybe I'm missing something.
If I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll read number 8. So this is on page 2 of the desk item. And that states that approving architecture and site application S21-031 with conditions contained in Exhibit 22. So those are the updated conditions, and the development plans in Exhibit 18. So that which was referenced by the maker of the motion, that number 8 on page 2 of the desk item does specifically reference the development plans in Exhibit 18.
I appreciate that and withdraw my motion to amend.
Okay. So so we have a motion and a second, and Commissioner Janoff, do you have a question or comment?
I just wanted to comment that this motion includes keeping the new 116 condition of 116, which staff has clarified to be essentially meeting building code. So it doesn't require the applicant to go back to county fire to negotiate.
Yes.
Yes, and thank you for that. I'm glad that you brought that up, because we did discuss it earlier, and we wouldn't want to have the applicant to have to go back when they've already reached an impasse on the item that's still outstanding.
Well, right, because the new 116 is completely different. So it's
right. Yep, exactly. So thank you for the clarification. So I think that will be helpful to the applicant. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and is there any further discussion that anyone wants to, or comments they want to make before I call the question? Okay, I'm not seeing that. So I'm going to call the question, and we'll do roll call vote as usual. I'll start with Commissioner Tabana.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
yes.
Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the motion passes unanimously. And I will ask staff if there are appeal rights for this action by the Planning Commission.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The decision of the commission can be appealed to town council by any interested person as defined by Town Code Section 2910-020 within 10 days on forms available online with fees paid. Final deadline is 4 p.m. on the 10th day.
Very good. Okay, it is just shy of 10 o'clock, so I'm going to suggest that we have another long item to consider. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break and go from there. So we will come back it's 9:55 on my computer clock right now, so 10:05. All good? Okay. So we are going to move on to item 2, which is requesting approval for construction of a shared driveway, 2 new single-family residences to exceed the maximum height for visible homes in the hillside, and site work requiring a grading permit on vacant property zoned HR 2.5, located at 400 Surmont Drive, APN 527-20-003, architecture and site applications S-21-004 and S-21-023. Property owner Sandra K. Anderson, applicant Studio 3 Design, and our project planner is Ryan Safdie. And may I see a show of hands from commissioners who've been able to visit the subject property? And are there any disclosures for this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So then I will turn it over to Mr. Safdie for the staff report.
Sure thing. Thank you, commissioners. Before you is a proposal to construct a new shared driveway and 2 new single-family residences on 2 vacant hillside zone properties, as well as site work requiring a grading permit. The original 15-acre property was subdivided in 2020, creating 2 new vacant properties to the north and 1 remainder parcel to the south containing the existing single-family residence at 400 Surmont Drive. The owner is in the process of recording the parcel map. A notice of exemption was filed with the subdivision application, which found that the subdivision and future construction of a shared driveway and 1 single-family residence on each of the 2 new lots is categorically exempt from CEQA. The required conditions from the notice of exemption are followed for this construction application, and standard conditions of approval from the notice of exemption are included in the draft conditions of approval for these applications. Per the notice of exemption, a 2-foot tall retaining wall is proposed between the shared driveway and the existing ephemeral drainage feature along the western edge of the properties to prevent indirect impacts on water quality within the drainage and in the downslope watershed. There are 2 Arkansas applications associated with the projects, one for the new shared driveway and residence on parcel 1, and one for the new residence on parcel 2. Both applications require grading permits associated with the proposed work. Both residences would be single-story with attached garages and located within the least restrictive development area of each parcel. The proposed applications would comply with the objective standards of the town code, but exceptions to the hillside development standards and guidelines are requested, including maximum allowed height of visible homes in the hillsides, maximum height of the lowest finished floor of the residences above existing grade, maximum cut for the rear yard areas adjacent to each proposed residence, maximum cut and fill associated with the driveways and fire truck turnaround areas, and maximum retaining wall height for parcel 2. Both proposed residences would be single-story and roughly 25 feet in height. Parcel 1 would count as 4,279 square feet, while parcel 2 would be 4,343. Both are under the maximum allowed FAR, and both are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in terms of home sizes and FAR. The proposed residences and garages were reviewed by the town's consulting architect, who noted that each proposed home is limited to 1 story in height into the natural topography of the site. They are well designed with substantial facade articulation and authentic architectural details carried consistently around all sides of the homes. The consultant identified 1 minor concern with each residence. For parcel 1, the consultant recommended that the windows be recessed, which was addressed by the applicant in the project plans. For parcel 2, the consultant recommended that the architect reevaluate the building base materials, questioning the use of the same board form concrete siding for the exposed base. The applicant responded that they will proceed with the board form concrete, but will provide a textural change to address the concern. These applications are before the Planning Commission tonight due to the proposed heights. Per the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, buildings that are more than 24.5% visible from the established viewing areas are limited to 18 feet in height. Both proposed homes would be visible from the Almaden Road, Salinda Way viewing areas. And as mentioned previously, both proposed homes are at just under 25 feet tall. Therefore, a major exception is requested, which requires Planning Commission approval. The applicant has provided justification for the proposed heights as well as the other exceptions requested, and these are provided in Exhibit 5 and 9 of the staff report. In addition to the maximum height, exceptions to the hillside development standards and guidelines are requested for the following. First, for the hillside development standards and guidelines, the height of the lowest finished floor of a structure shall not be more than 3 feet above the existing grade to ensure that buildings follow slopes. Parcel 1 is proposed at roughly 5 feet, and parcel 2 is proposed at roughly 6 feet, as seen from the north elevations. Second, the maximum allowed cut outside of building excavation is limited to 4 feet. Both parcels 1 and 2 would have roughly a 9-foot cut behind the residences for the rear yard and walkway areas. Third, the maximum allowed cut for a driveway is 4 feet and fill is limited to 3 feet. Due to the fire department driveway and turnaround requirements, both parcels include minor exceptions to these standards. Lastly, maximum retaining wall height is limited to 5 feet, and parcel 2 would have a roughly 6-foot tall retaining wall behind the attached garage. The proposed applications require a grading permit, as a total of over 3,000 cubic yards of grading are proposed across the 2 parcels. Roughly 850 cubic yards of that total is for the driveways, access, and fire department turnarounds. Roughly 1,500 cubic yards are for the residences and attached garage footprints, and the remaining 600 is for the yard areas. The town's consultant arborist reviewed the proposed subdivision application back in 2019 and then updated their report based on the proposed Arkansas site applications. Site includes a total of 23 protected trees, 7 of which are proposed for removal. The project plans show that the tree replacement requirements will be met on the parcels. Several public comments in opposition to the proposed applications were received and provided as Exhibit 17 of the staff report and 19 of today's desk item report. The applicant has provided written responses to some of the comments, which are included as Exhibit 18 of the staff report and 20 of the desk item. Based on the discussion provided in the staff report, staff recommends denial of the 2 Arkansas site applications, S21004 and S21023, due to the extent of the exceptions requested, and specifically the maximum height. As there are 2 separate applications, 2 separate motions are required from the Planning Commission. Alternatively, the Commission can continue the matter to a date certain with specific direction, approve each application with additional or modified conditions, or approve each application by making the findings in Exhibit 2 based on the draft conditions of approval in Exhibit 3 and the development plans in Exhibit 16. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. And before I go to questions from the commission, I did want to tell you that after talking it over with staff, what we've decided is, although there will need to be 2 motions and 2 decisions on the 2 separate applications, because they're doing a shared driveway and they share the common ownership and developers and all that, that we will hear it as one item and discuss it as one item. But then ultimately, when we reach the motion stage, then there needs to be 2 separate motions, one for each architecture and site application. So hopefully that helps. So questions from commissioners to staff. Commissioner Thomas.
Mr. Safdie, could you just clarify? Because I think you just said we need Exhibit 16, but we're doing them together. So 15 and 16. We would need to approve both of those.
That is correct. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, so 15 and 16, and then the others. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Barnett.
Yeah, Mr. Safdie, can you tell us how much in excess of the allowable grading and fill is involved in these 2 applications?
Thank you for the question. So the staff report itself does go pretty extensively into each requested exception. There are a lot, so I don't have them memorized off the top of my head. Let's see. So for the cut and fill, as we discussed, or as I discussed in my presentation, maximum allowed cut outside of building excavations limited to 4 feet. Both applications would be roughly 9 feet. maximum allowed cut for a driveway is 4 feet. On parcel 1, it would be approximately 5 feet, so just a foot over. Maximum allowed fill for a driveway is 3 feet. On parcel 1, it's shown as 4 feet for the maximum. So again, just a 1 foot exception, and everything related to the driveway and access. Their proposal is exacerbated by the fire department requirements. And so a lot of these related to the access and driveways are from that. And additionally, there's very similar minor exceptions to the private driveway on parcel 2. And I believe that's it. Yep.
Well, I took note of all of those, but I was having trouble determining, at least for each parcel, how much of the total excess of, in excess of the allowable cut and fill is involved. You mentioned 3,000 for both, but I don't know how much of that is in excess.
Yeah, so I don't have an answer to that question. Perhaps the applicant's civil engineer might have more information, but we don't know in terms of cubic yards how far over they are for that.
And Ms. Armour also has her hand up and has had it up for a bit, so.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I would add, while we do have this threshold of 50 cubic yards that triggers a grading permit, the 50 cubic yards isn't a maximum. It's just that there's an additional process that's required when they go beyond that 50 cubic yards. So I don't know if that helps answer that, but I also wanted to call attention to the fact that Commissioner Clark also has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you for that. So Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. So let me know if this is a question that I should ask the property owner, but I was wondering if it is physically possible for the structures to be 18 feet or shorter in the space where they're being built.
Thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say the same thing. The architect will be able to answer this a little bit more
cool.
accurately.
I kind of thought so.
But if you look at the sections, I mean, there does appear to be room to reduce the height.
Cool. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, you'll get another chance after the hearing. So I will turn to the applicant, and we've decided, since there's 2 separate applications, that we will give the applicant up to 10 minutes to present.
Hi, Commissioner Hanson. Jennifer, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
I'd like my time to not start because we're a little bit confused about, so please don't start my time yet. That's my first request. We're a little bit confused about why we're limited to 10 minutes for 2 applications, and I would respectfully request, and I will keep our presentation as tight as possible. I know that we are starting late, but I really don't think that that's fair in the literal sense, not to mention all the other senses.
Well, Ms. Worsama, we're not starting at 10, but we typically, for one single application, give 5 minutes. And so since there's 2, we're giving you double that.
I thought it was 10 minutes.
No,
Okay.
It's been 5 minutes for quite some time.
Okay.
For a single application. So I just wanted to put that out there. So I understand your concern if you.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking, because it is complex, there are 2 parcels, 2 permit numbers, 2 application fees played, 2 of everything else, that if we are slightly over, you let me finish the presentation. That's the only thing I'm asking.
Let's go with it and we'll see where we go. And there's also the opportunity for commissioners to ask you questions as well. So.
Okay. All right. I guess, Jennifer, I'm just keying you on when to flip slides.
That is correct. I'll start your time now.
Okay, good evening, commissioners. We've put together a presentation that I hope helps you understand how actually minor these exceptions are, so that hopefully you can find that you are in agreement with us that the application is viable and realistic and follows along to the hillside development standards and guidelines. Next slide. One of our exceptions that is being discussed on both parcels has to do with the retaining walls at the backside of the property, calling for a 9-foot cut. As you can see in our detail on the left-hand side, it's actually a staggered cut, so it is not a single 9-foot cut. So it actually does follow our hillside design guidelines, which say do this, not this. It's almost a literal interpretation of the hillside design guidelines to keep them as retaining walls that are not excessive in height or excessive in cut, allowing for planting, allowing for a safe path of travel around the home, allowing for proper drainage around the entire home. Next slide, please. I'd also, so this next slide deals with the exception that is related to the grading at the hammerhead turnaround dictated by the fire department. The exception, as you can see, is only for the highlighted area, not the entire footprint of the area, which compromises essentially 6% of this turnaround area only, or 120 of 2,000 square feet. Next slide. I think it's important to understand, although maybe you guys kind of got a little bit of a taste of it from the applicant prior to us as well, that, you know, we filed for this subdivision in 2019. As you can see, the processes of the rules that have changed with the fire department and been adopted, and yet the hillside design guidelines and their grading standards have not been adopted to be in compliance with them, causes this particular exception to be very difficult, if impossible to meet, just based on simple math. Next slide. Okay, a couple of the other exceptions related to the width of the driveway. You're going to see in the yellow that we do have a solution to get rid of the solution, which is to narrow the driveway to 12 feet of paved area. I do want to draw your attention that this does eliminate a viable area for softening and planting along that roadway. And again, to point out that this exception is not for the breadth of the entire driveway, but rather only 4.5% of this driveway, or 150 feet of 3,300 square feet. Next slide. Adjacent to this driveway portion going up from the hammerhead, we have the exact same situation, which is where another exception is on parcel 2 going up the private drive. Again, we do have a solution to this. That's to narrow the driveway. The cost of doing that eliminates softening and planting along the roadway. And this exception is requested only for 4.2% of the overall square footage of this driveway, or 120 square feet of 2,800 square feet. Next slide. Further along, our other exception at the base of parcel 2 is the 5-foot fill along the driveway. Eliminating this portion and shrinking it at the end of the planting stall does again change our the look and feel of what the driveway is potentially. And this exception, it only covers about 1% of the overall driveway, or 450 square feet of 4,200 square feet. Next slide. The exception that Ryan brought up about underfloor area being in excess and being required as an exception. The purple area that's highlighted on the lower diagram shows the only area that is non-compliant with the hillside design guidelines, which compromises, again, only 4% of the total area exceeding the at 5 feet, the above grade hillside design guideline. The alternative colors that are located on this are showing how we've actually stepped the floor plan down the hillside to help eliminate the underfloor area and the overall height. Next slide, please. Both parcels were designed as single level homes. And as a single level home, they have a bigger footprint, obviously, than a 2-story home it does. And so we took great care to step the building pads down in these of both homes. And you'll see that the colors are responding to different steps within this single level home as minimal as possible. So it could be closer to an age in place home, or a more desirable footprint for people. And again, the highlighted area in the top portion that is darkened is 4% of the total area. And that is the only area where this exception is required. Next slide, please. Parcel 2 shows that we've stepped down along the grade as well, the floor plan, and worked the overall massing to work with the grade, no exception here on this one, just bringing up kind of following hillside design guidelines. Some clarification that I think is important to understand, especially in light of some of the desk items and recent comments from neighbors about the size of these homes. While parcel 1 on the signage permit for the story poles is totaled at 4785, the main house is actually only 3683, garage at 996, covered walkway connecting them at 106. We have a garage credit, which brings the total down inclusive of that garage to 4279. Parcel 2, the main house is actually only 3450 in square feet. 713 square feet of the total that's sitting in the 4,800 number has to do with attic space that gets double counted based on height. You can see on the table below that these two homes, both parcel 2 and parcel 1, sit squarely in the middle of the immediate neighborhood in terms of FAR. We are not the largest house in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is a simple diagram talking about the LRDA and how we chose to place these two homes. I do think it's very important for you to notice that these two homes are not placed orthogonally or in alignment with the property lines parallel to, that they are actually set so that they stagger along the hillside, which perhaps in the story poles turns it into a perception that it's one big home up there, but it is actually not. And you can see that in actually some of the pictures from the neighbors that were submitted from the viewing platforms. These homes are sited so that we can minimize grading and also work with the topography. Next slide, please. Just based on some of the images that you have seen in the diagrams from the civil engineer and the architectural ones, we do believe that we are more compliant. The first image, straight out of design guidelines, talks about more curved driveways, paths of travel. And then the second image talks about stepping the building foundation with the natural slope. And you can see that we're very, very similar to that. Next slide. Our building indeed also runs parallel with the topography and the contours and not perpendicular to it. Bottom slide showing that we have cut the building into the hillside as much as possible and staggered it along the natural topography. We have created no big flat pads. Okay, next slide. This has to do, I think the next part of our presentation is about visibility. And so I think it's really important when we talk about visibility to understand what the zone that we are in. We are in what is considered a level 1 area for ridgeline sensitivity. We are also proposing significant landscaping to screen the new driveway, the fire department required hammerhead, and the houses. And that I'd also like to point out that these homes sit well below the ridge lines. Next slide. You're probably very familiar with where these viewing platforms are located. And the one on the left is just kind of highlighting when you're in town. And I guess these are the diagrams. Terry, the civil engineer, can actually tell you exactly which book these were taken out of from a civil standpoint. Talk about how the viewing platforms are much closer when you're in town, and when you get out more in the region where we are, we're actually 2x further. So, perceived hillside, your buildings are getting smaller and smaller along the hillside, so that the impact of the massing and development is further reduced. Next slide. Again, just a reminder that we're in level 1 for the lowest sensitivity area. And the next thing I'd like to really point out and have you please watch for in all images, those provided by us as well as those provided by neighbors, that the critical ridge for designation to elevation 500 feet, and the parcel 2 ridge at its highest is approximately 430 feet or 70 feet below, quote, the critically visible slope. Next slide, please. I think that this image demonstrates this very well, in that the 2 red balloon dot areas are the areas where parcel 1 and parcel 2 are. The ridge line is staggered at the top, where you see the homes that are actually non-compliant with current hillside design guidelines. And then 307 Gatos Road over to the left. So you can see we sit snuggled down in, we have significant ridge above us. Next slide, please. These are zoomed in from the same viewing platforms, which you just saw. So depending upon where you're standing at the platform, either some or all of each parcel is visible or not at all visible. Next slide. This is showing you the same thing from viewing platforms. Next slide, please. These are some, you'll note that the annotations are keyed to the pictures showing where a picture was taken from, so you can understand where the story poles are as you approach the property along Surmont Road. You can see that our proposed homes do not tower above the landscape. They do stagger with the site, and they work with the existing trees as best as possible. Next slide.
Ms. Worsama, let me just check with Ms. Armour, because she just put her hand up. So.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is 10 minutes.
Okay. I see that you're only about halfway through your slides. You know, I can give you a couple more minutes, and then we can see what kind of questions we have. We also have, you know, lots of documentation in the staff report as well. So, are there parts of the remaining 20 some slides that you would want to be sure to cover in the next 2 minutes?
Sure. So how you want to give me 2 minutes to go through them?
I'll give you 2 more minutes and then we'll see what kind of questions there are from the commissioner.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, commissioners, is I'm just going to let you see what kind of slides we have so that when questions come up related to perhaps neighbor letters or questions that you might have based on everything that you've seen, we do have a slide to address it. And I would like respectfully for you to ask us to address it with the slides. So we'll just roll through them really quick. These are all showing different views and maybe slightly slower, Jennifer, slightly slower. These are just showing different views from different parts of the neighbors and neighborhoods. Looking down the street, on the street, you can see the orange netting kind of barely snuggled in there. Next. Zoomed in, showing where roof lines are and covered by others. Next. Several of these showing how we work with the design guidelines and are compliant. Keep going. Keep going. Views from different parcels. Blue stars are asterisks so that you can understand where we believe neighbor pictures are also taken from and have a little bit of perspective on relativity of where they are on the sites. Next. We have some floor plans and elevations. You can just troll through these really quick, Jennifer, if you want. And we just are trying to show you that ridge lines and stepping of the buildings is compliant and actually very consistent even with the diagrams of the project. When we get to a slide called privacy and siting, I think this is a critical slide to understand how far away actually from properties we are. And you can see the angle so that we are angled away from creating privacy issues, and annotate that at our closest point, at the bottom of that purple arrow, we are actually 63 feet 3 inches away from the nearest neighbor, and we stretch all the way to 94 feet 6.5 inches based upon the angle of the buildings as we have cited them. Next
okay,
slide.
I think Ms. Armour has her hand up, so 2 minutes are up.
I have one more really important one that you guys need to kind of know. If we go to the screening and landscaping. So we just have our materials slide in here. These are ones taken to deal with some of the neighbor issues. The green one, this deals with a lot of the exceptions. The green area shows the impacted areas if we are not granted the exceptions for those minimal 5% or less areas that become troubling to put landscaping in that then compromise the amount of screening we get. So I think that's just important to understand.
Okay. No, thank you for the detailed presentation to help annotate what we saw in the staff report as well. So let me ask if commissioners have questions for you at this point. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry that we started so late. I really appreciate you sticking around. You might have heard me ask this question to staff at the beginning, but I just wanted to ask if it's physically possible for you to build to 18 feet and also either way why you went to 25.
Sure. Let me explain to you. If Jennifer, if you put the slide back up that is, I guess I should put page numbers on these. It's a section across the sites. It's near the back called privacy and citing. Oh, that one. Okay. So on this slide, what you're going to see is that the 25-foot line is the top line that's bound by the blue arrows. Maybe Jennifer, can you zoom in on it a little so they can, and then pull it up a little, yeah, and then over so they can see the orange line also. So the 25-foot line is the is that max 25, and then the yellow or orangish line is the 18-foot. And what I want you to notice from this is that in general, the majority of the home is within that 18-foot line. You can see some of the building pieces, depending upon where you take the ridge to where the next lowest property part is. And can you, yeah, sits actually within that 18-foot, kind of barrier, right? I have spoken with the homeowner. They are willing as a potential compromise to bring this down another foot by dropping the plate of the building down a little bit. That doesn't change any of our exceptions, but it does put just that little bit extra more that you can see the delta between the 25-foot and the 18-foot down, but we still would be in certain areas excess of the 18 feet just because of how it's measured.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Vice Chair Burnett.
Could you please elaborate on the proposed landscape screening or mitigation that you're talking about? Appreciate that.
Okay, if we could go to the at the back, the privacy screening one with the green, and maybe zoom in on it a little bit. But let's get the whole both parcels. Yeah, you can just cut off my notes. So basically what you're seeing on this plan is the E labels in green are existing trees that we are preserving. And you can see that on parcel 1, which is the top parcel, we've kind of tried to get that parcel closer to where those trees are to help provide that screen. And then everything that is in the gray shaded area is proposed new landscaping, trees and otherwise. And the details of that are in the landscape plan. And as I think Ryan said, we're compliant in putting back the number of trees that's required, et cetera. You can see that the majority of the landscape screening has to do with protecting the privacy of each home as you subsequently kind of roll down the hill in front of it, and then especially protecting the new road and fire department hammerhead there. The areas that were highlighted in green, like I mentioned, are the ones that become compromised if the exceptions are not granted to the grading along the driveway and the fire turnaround.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners at this point? There will be another chance after we take public testimony as well. Okay, so I will turn to the public, and we'll have verbal communications. So if any members of the public would like to speak on this item, you have up to 3 minutes to speak to the commission, and we ask that you raise your hand.
So it looks like we have two people with their hands raised. So just a few. Anyone who wishes to speak, please raise your hand so we have a sense of how many people would like to speak on these items. The first person listed is Carmen.
And in a courtesy to the members of the public, since I gave the applicant more time, we are able to give you up to 5 minutes to speak to the commission in verbal communications if you would like. You don't have to use all that time, but you can.
All right, good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Carmen. I am a resident in the Gatos neighborhood, and we are on West Hill, directly, directly below the proposed parcels. So, and the new homes will absolutely loom over our property. It impacts the skyline and the privacy from our backyard, which we use frequently. And additionally, I will be able to see these new homes from every single window in the rear of my house. I noted in the staff report discussion in section D, the neighborhood compatibility on page 11 that was cited. A lot of the comparisons were excluding the homes on West Hill Drive, so I don't think it takes into account the impacts these two new homes will have on me and my nearby neighbors. I am a newer member of the neighborhood. We've lived here about a year and a half, and I know I'm not the only new neighbor and new homeowner in this neighborhood. There have been multiple homes sold on West Hill and near Sermont recently. I didn't have the privilege to participate in the neighborhood outreach that was done several years ago. And so one day I woke up, I'm like, wow, what's with the orange netting? That's a surprise. Anyway, thank you for the time to speak. I agree with staff's recommendation to decline the application and decline the request for the exception to exceed the maximum height allowance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do any commissioners have questions for our speaker? We have a couple. So stay tuned. Commissioner Raspy and then Vice Chair Barnett.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for attending and again, staying late for our meeting. I guess my question to you is, what is it you find most troublesome about this application? Is it the height alone of the structure? Is it where they're sited on the property? Is it the shielding or the potential shielding by use of landscaping? What causes you the greatest concern?
Sure.
About this project?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's I think first and foremost, it's the height, and second, followed by the lack of privacy. You know, I know the like the designs are beautiful, right? And the landscaping looks great from Sermont, but it is a direct line into my backyard. There aren't enough trees to cover it. I mean, there's no privacy. There's no separation between two homes and me and my family, where right now there's deer and foxes. So
thanks. I appreciate your response.
yes, thank you.
Very good. And Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, I wonder if you could comment with respect to the proposed mitigation by landscaping that was shown by the applicant.
Sure, sure, Mr. Barnett. The proposed landscaping is on the, I believe I saw from the street and near the driveways, and we are on the opposite side of the property. So we're along West Hill approaching Gatos Park, which in all the documentation, I noticed it was focused on the views and aspects are focused on the homes directly below, but we're I guess off to the side a bit, but I still have full view of the property and the homes being proposed. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Yes, it does very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask you a question as well. It's sort of in the same vein of what Commissioner Raspy was asking, but my question for you is, you know, since you live down the hill from these houses, can you imagine any house that wouldn't have an impact on your yard? Because I mean, we can ask them to reduce the height, but you know, we can't ask them not to build. So my question for you is, can you imagine you know, a height of a house that would be low enough that it wouldn't bother you, or enough screening that it wouldn't be a big impact to you?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hansen. I guess screening would resolve it. Screening would help resolve it, and height would help improve things. And I'm not opposed to people building, right? I mean, it's fine. It just feels really invasive for the way our home is oriented to the property. And it's just, this side of West Hill didn't seem to be really taken into consideration in the designs.
Okay, no, that helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Thomas also has a question for you. So.
Just to follow up on that, so we're talking about more screening taking place on like the north and east sides of the parcels. The part.
The parcel, the side of the parcel that's closest to Gatos Park.
It's closest to Gatos Park. Okay, so that's
Right.
the east. Okay.
So along 175, 183, 187 West Hill, those homes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other questions for Ms. Conrad? Okay, no. So we'll go to the next speaker, Mr. Cosentino. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly.
Mute. Yes, very good. Your Italian is fine. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us this at this late hour to share our concerns. My family has lived on the property directly adjacent to the proposed development for over 43 years. As planned, we feel that this project would have a negative impact on our neighborhood. We are concerned about water runoff should the rains come back. I mean, I know we're in a drought now, but water runoff, fire safety, and road access if this project is approved as is. There are several neighbors who were unable to attend this evening due to the close proximity of Thanksgiving holiday, so I encourage you to read the letters of complaint that the neighbors have written, especially Todd Osborne's letter on page 663, where he talks about how this project does not align with the requirements, objectives, and goals of the town of Los Gatos hillside development standards and guidelines. He also addresses wildfire danger and hillside stability and drainage. Diane and Mike's letter on page 653, which addresses the violation of open space easement. And my letter on page 654, where I truly encourage each of you, before you vote on this, to come up to the front of our house to see and to feel just how uncomfortably close this proposed 4,700 square foot house would be. And yes, I am including the garage because that is part of the house, especially if you come up here to view it. The garage, the walkway, the house itself. In the original subdivision proposal for 400 Surmont Drive, it states, and I quote, "Both houses are planned with generous setbacks and floor plans that nestle into the hillside terrain." These houses are far from nestled into the hillside. In fact, they are on top of one another. Again, if you come up here to look at them, they are stacked upon one another. They are angled, yes. Anyway, further, we ask that the town consider the defensible space ordinance to keep all homes in this area safe before allowing homes of this size to be built in such close proximity. Secondly, another safety concern is the storm drain. We respectfully ask the town why the cul-de-sac plans presented in January of 2019 have been abandoned and why the developer is not building a proper and safe private driveway. There is nothing in the environmental report that states that the current storm drain cannot or should not be moved further up Surmont Drive, which would eliminate almost all of these exceptions that they're asking for tonight. The existing storm drain is a serious safety issue for both fire safety and emergency vehicle access and needs to be reconsidered before any development is done. And lastly, we need to address the garbage can issue. Currently, with the 3 homes here on Surmont Drive, there are between 16 and 21 garbage cans. With the proposed new homes, there would be potentially 5 to 7 cans each, which would be 10 to 14. We need a plan for where these 26 to 35 cans will go on Surmont Drive. Matt Champa at West Valley Collection and Recycling has refused to put into writing that anyone would drive up the proposed private hammerhead to collect garbage. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that you reject the construction of a shared driveway and the 2 new single-family residences for the exceeding maximum height for visible homes in the hillside. Thank you for your time.
Okay, no, go away. Let's see if any commissioners have any questions for you. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions at this time. So, sorry, Commissioner Raspi.
Sorry, trouble finding the button. Thank you, Mr. Cosentino, for your comments and also for again staying late. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked our previous commentator. And essentially, assuming that there will be some development on these parcels,
Sure.
what is it that you would do that would make this more palatable to you? Is it the heights? Is it the privacy shielding? What are the changes specifically that you would like to see?
The encroachment on our property, both the absolute minimum, again, if you read my letter, it talks about this. The home is the exact, the absolute minimum, 20 feet. And the fact that it is over 22, 23 feet in height, it's overbearing if you come to the front of our house and look at it. And also the proximity of the storm drain, that they are trying to shoehorn a private driveway between our property and the existing storm drain, which is crumbling. And
I appreciate that. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Take myself off mute. Do any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Cosentino? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So we'll go to the next speaker, Ms. Quintana.
Oh, what to say? The applicant is always very persuasive. However, I agree with staff's conclusion that you should deny this project or have it redesigned, because even though each particular item might be seen small, cumulatively, it seems to have more of an impact, and particularly the height. It could be designed to meet the 18-foot requirement, and also the area, I believe it's on parcel 2, where there is a walkway around the house to enable the that backside of the house to have windows as the applicant or the owner requests. Most hillside homes don't have that walkway around it. The topography is left or put back to the natural topography after the house is placed there. To me, this house is an example of designing a house and then using the constraints of the property as the excuse for not meeting the hillside design guidelines, rather than designing a house that in conformity with the existing property topography and not having to ask for exceptions in order for that house to be built. I'm not expressing myself very well here. I hate talking. I hate the Zoom. I can speak much better in public. But I think it's nickel and diming, and it's gaming, and it's, at some point, we either have to say there's no project that can't ask for all kinds of exceptions, or we have to start asking applicants and designers to actually follow the guidelines and not come up with excuses of why they should be granted exceptions. I guess that's what I have to say.
Well, thank you very much for your comments again, Ms. Quintana. They're always most appreciated. Let me see if any commissioners have any questions for you. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Quintana, I do have a question about your opinion about the exception related to complying with the county fire department requirements?
You know what? I didn't even see that exception. I would like to see all projects comply with fire. It is an important thing in our town.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
I because there's like one of the exceptions that they're asking for is in order to meet the standards for the fire department. So that obviously conflicts with our hillside design guidelines.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know if you felt, I was wondering if you felt differently about granting an exception in that case.
I don't know how much the exception is, and I would have to ask whether the project could be designed to not have to ask for it.
Okay.
But yes, the fire is a very important thing.
Thank
But
you.
it's the total concept of designing within the site constraints rather than designing and then asking for exceptions because of the site constraints.
Yeah. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Quintana? Okay, I'm gonna, before I go to any more speakers, we have a couple more. Staff, we are approaching 11 o'clock, so at what point do we need to vote on continuing? Like tonight's meeting?
I read the bylaws to provide for 11:15 to be the point at which the commission makes a decision on whether to go forward or not.
Okay, then I just wanted to check about that. So we'll continue with public comments, and our next speaker is Ms. Fleischer.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you.
A little muffled, but go ahead. So.
Okay, how about now? Is it better?
Oh yes, much better.
Okay, thank you for hearing me. I am a resident on West Hill Drive, and I also agree with the staffer's recommendation to deny the application as it stands now. My concerns are that the buildings, although I could see they are very neatly designed into the hillside, they are indeed totally overwhelming to the neighborhood, not only because of the height, but also the size. They will totally change the character of the hillside that is behind our houses and neighborhoods. Second, I'm also concerned that during the construction, it will be a big disruption to the neighborhood and to the wildlife there. I'm concerned about the large volume of dirt that will have to be removed due to the grading requirements. I also have concerns about fire access, and finally, that in their final, once built, these houses also, or these properties now with built out like this, they will be disrupting the wildlife in the area. So those are my concerns. And so I would like to suggest that the project is denied. And I'm sure there's going to be a question. Maybe not.
Let me see if there are any questions for you. Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Fleischer? Commissioner Thomas.
Since we've been asking other speakers, Ms. Fleischer, would you mind telling us what you would be happier with regards to development on these parcels?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the question? If the design was changed, what would help to be more palatable to the neighborhood?
Yes.
So I think, and to me, I think it's the size of these buildings. I mean, it's not just the height, but also, I mean, the whole volume, because with these houses being so big, they will change the character of that whole view. So I think it doesn't mean if you have a 60,000 square foot parcel that you need to build a huge house to match that. I mean, you could, if they were smaller and maybe some greenery around them, then I think that would be acceptable to me. I think the original proposal actually was, if I recall, that smaller.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Fleischer. Let me see if anyone else has a question for you. I'm not seeing anyone, so thank you. And we have one more speaker, Mr. Tanimoto.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I did send a letter in about this project, but based on comments being made, I felt compelled that I should again reemphasize what I wrote. I'm the homeowner located at 147 Westfield Drive, the corner of Surmont Drive and Westfield Drive. From the very first CDAC meeting that I attended in 2019, I stated that I do not object with the property owner's legal right to developing the 2 single-family residences. I do object to approving any exceptions to be requested by the developer. The town's hillside guidelines should be strictly enforced. The only exception or exceptions to approve is if it relates to a threat to health and/or safety. The other item that I wanted to make sure that is looked at is that Paul Costantino's property is most affected by this project and has requested consideration to relocate the storm drain and to resolve the garbage cans issue, especially the storm drain consideration. I live down from that storm drain on the corner, as I mentioned. There is a neighbor that is across the street from me. So if there was any kind of a problem with the flooding that the drain couldn't handle, it will come down and it could, in fact, flood that home or homeowners that there are a couple of them down in that area. So I'm very, very concerned about the flooding. And from what I understand, that there were other developments next the Heritage Grove development, that when that was being developed, there was a lot of water problems that they had, so and some flooding. And so I'm very concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Tanimoto. Do any commissioners have questions? And we did receive your letter in the packet, and we all had an opportunity to read it as well, but we appreciate your speaking to us as well. Okay, no, doesn't look like we have any questions. So I want to put the word out there. This would be the last opportunity to speak in verbal communications on this application. And so I want to see if anyone else wants to speak. And if you do, please put your hand up on Zoom. Looks like we have one more speaker.
I believe that Terry Shevchuk is actually part of the applicant's team.
Oh, okay. So this would only be for members of the public that are not part of the applicant's team to speak.
I don't see any other hands raised, Chair.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so I will close public comments and we will turn back to the applicant, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the commission.
All right, so I see Terry, you have your hand raised, so I will allow you to talk. If anyone else from the applicant's team wishes to speak, the combined time for you will be 5 minutes instead of the standard 3. You should be able to unmute yourself now, Terry.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to some of the comments from both the public and one of the commissioners. The amount of earthwork associated with the exceptions, as Ryan said, they're all approximately 1 foot deep. If there are 6 of them and they're on average 160 square feet, that's 1,000 square feet divided by 27, it's 37 cubic yards. So it's not a significant amount of dirt. It's more just the fact that the alignments of the driveways would be changed and tightened. And as Bess had said, we lose the benefit of landscaping through those areas. In regard to the existing swale that runs into a storm drain at the end of Sermont Drive, there's a couple of things to consider there. One, it's an ephemeral stream, so it's supposed to be left open and natural. And we had 2 wildlife biologists look at that, both our wildlife biologist and the EIR consultants biologist, and they concluded that it needs to stay open. We even went so far as to apply for a stream bed alteration agreement with California Fish and Wildlife, and they said there was no impact that we're creating that would require any permitting from them. So that swale has to stay essentially where it is. Then we're obligated to control any new runoff that we create from the houses and driveways and contain it on site and disperse it or percolate it into the site. So our net runoff into the watershed and down the street is going to be extremely restricted and will probably result in a net gain of no additional runoff. As far as the fire safety issues, if you look at, Jennifer, if we could look at slide, I think it's 24. Oh, sorry. Can we go to number 12? I'm sorry. Thank you. And so we are enhancing the fire safety out here. There's a main extension that we're putting in, a new 8-inch water line coming up from West Hill or Sermont Court up to the property, and we're adding a fire department or a fire hydrant at the big hammerhead, the first hammerhead that's shared by the 2 lots. That hammerhead is frankly massive, and it's required, and that's one of the exceptions there. But in any event, it creates a large turnaround area for the fire department. Then on parcel 1, we're not required to have an additional fire department turnaround because the majority of the construction or all of the construction is with 150 feet of that large hammerhead. Parcel 2, we have a full-on fire department hammerhead that's the L-shaped version. So that one also essentially it enhances the fire protection along that hillside by providing access up that slope. And you know, the net increase of a combustible structure there that's hardened versus the inaccessible grassland slope presently means that there's essentially a net zero, not necessarily zero, but there's a minimal impact in terms of additional fire department risk. And this is provided by sprinkling of the houses, the fire department turnarounds, and the water main extension. Lastly, the issue with West Hill, I'd have to say we missed that in terms of screening. We did hear from those neighbors on the original subdivision application. And now that the story poles are up, there are some potential impacts there, but the proper solution for that would be on exhibit 24, Jennifer. I don't know if you can get that one up. So if you zoom in to say parcel 1 on the far right, that image, it's that corner where the number 1 is, that's sort of looking down on those West Hill Drive residences. And if we have to, we can provide additional landscape screening around that side of the house to appease those neighbors in terms of the potential visual impacts and also address the privacy concerns. So that's all I have. Bess, did you want to follow up?
I think I agree with you, Terry, that additional landscape screening at the far side of the property may help the West Hill neighbors, potentially staggered across both properties. And I believe that our homeowner is amenable to that, and is potentially amenable also just to lowering the plate a foot to get us further down, closer to the majority of the buildings sitting within the 18-foot limit. However, all of them will not at every given point as we stagger across the topography. So I just want to be clear on that.
Ms. Armour has her hand up, so I think that means that your 5 minutes is up, but let me see if there's additional questions from commissioners. Let's see, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to confirm that additional screening along that near the West Hill side, but it's on the east side of those properties, would be okay. I know that you just stated that, but I just want to confirm, and if there is any type of screening that you feel like would work best, or be, I don't know, do you have any opinions, I guess, on the screening?
Terry and Bess, you have been muted, so if you'd like to answer that question, if you could please unmute.
Hi, I would defer to our landscape architect to help select the proper tree or shrubbery combination. I would defer to them as I normally do. I would just say that, perhaps some of what we have put on other parts of the property can be redistributed and not as heavy, and still keep us in balance. I think that's a reasonable consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, Commissioner Raspy.
Hey, not a question for applicant. I was going to note the time and make a motion to continue this hearing for another perhaps 15 minutes to see if we can reach resolution on this matter.
I think 15 minutes sounds about right to me. So,
So
do we have to vote? Do we have to vote on that? Staff?
No.
Okay. All right. So, do we need a second?
Just a consensus. So, I guess the easiest way to figure out if everybody agrees is to actually
Or just
have everybody say yes or no.
for 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Chair,
That way-
sorry, would
Go
it
ahead.
be, I just wanted to recommend just doing 30 minutes because it's not like if we said we'll end in 15 minutes, if we're not done, we won't extend it. So this way we at least wouldn't have to do it again. But that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're proposing that we extend for 30 minutes, but we don't have to use it up.
Yeah, we definitely don't have to use it up.
Because I have a suggestion about where to go with this. Okay, everybody okay with 30 minutes? Okay, all right. All right, so let's continue. If there's any more questions for the applicant. Vice Chair Barnett.
Yes, I wonder if Terry could address the concerns of some of the neighbors that there will be slope stability and drainage problems.
You should be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
can hear
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in terms of slope stability, the excavation for the houses and the foundation systems are pier and grade beam. So both houses would have extensive piers drilled down probably 18 feet until they penetrate bedrock. And the grading associated with the garages and the fire department turnarounds would actually enhance slope stability because of the essential flattening of the existing slope. So, you know, the grading isn't a negative, it's actually a net positive as far as slope stability. In terms of the drainage, it's just a given that we can't significantly increase the runoff, and we have to detain and retain a significant amount of our drainage on site without exacerbating any potential problems that already exist downstream. So I don't see those as issues.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? All right, because this would be the last opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. I mean, it is possible to reopen the public hearing if we need to, but okay, I'm not seeing any other need for questions, so we'll close the public hearing and we'll turn to the commission for any questions for staff or comments on the application. And I don't think we're ready for a motion, so Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. Yeah, I see that this is it's a problematic application. The big hurdle that I have is the height. In spite of the claim that majority of the structures are within the 18-foot height, I think that the presenting facade, the facade that is going to be seen, at least from the viewpoint at Los Gatos, Almaden Road and Salina is problematic in that that's the highest elevation that they have, and that's what we're going to see. So I think that's problematic. I think that there's absolutely no reason why a single story structure can't be within 18 feet in height. It's not clear to me why the applicant hasn't made an argument as to why the height is reasonable. In fact, that point has been largely ignored, except to complain that the height, that there's a visibility issue at all. So that I'm not convinced that we're even close. I'm thinking that we could deny this, but I'm thinking if the applicant is willing to, I mean, it's my opinion that there's a lot more design work that needs to be done to get this into conformance with the hillside guidelines with regard to height. I have no particular issue with regard to the cut and fill, specifically with regard to the fire department requirements. Although I'm not sure why the floor plate has to be 3 feet or above the 3 feet limit if it were reduced, that might change the topography or the impact on the topography. It might change the impact on the fire department requirements. I don't know. But it seems to me that there's a lot of basic work that is needing to be done to get this structure completely within the 18-foot height. I'm not sure I see a path forward to this tonight.
Good, thank you for that. We also have comments from Commissioner Raspy and Commissioner Thomas, and I have comments as well. So,
thanks, Chair. Commissioner Janos actually stated almost exactly what my points are. As I saw this application cross our desk, I was happy to see that they were proposing 2 single-story structures, and then surprised to see that they were both 25 feet in height. To me, I don't see a rational explanation why you couldn't come closer to that 18-foot number. Again, like Commissioner Jonoff, I'm not particularly concerned, I think, with the moving of the dirt. It seems to me a lot of that actually facilitates pushing it into the hillside a little bit better. It may actually be beneficial to the project as a whole, helping it blend into the hillside. But the overall height, I think, needs to be reconsidered. Better screening mechanisms. I think applicants acknowledge they haven't even considered one side of the project for screening, so I'd like to see that redone. The neighbors' complaints about overall size and location next to property line, I don't think that's within our purview. They seem to be within FAR and within setback requirements. So I think probably applicant is within their rights there, but where they're asking for exceptions on both the height and the privacy concerns, I would like to see a re-envisioning of the project on at least those 2 parameters.
very good, thank you. Commissioner Thomas.
I agree with what the other commissioners have stated thus far. And I think that the height and this additional screening and privacy and maybe redistribution of some of the replacement trees and other landscaping options to help reduce issues with privacy are really important. And I do think that, I know that it's late and we are tired, but if there's anything else that specifically other commissioners have issues with regards to any of the cuts and amounts, I just feel like it's our responsibility to make sure that we give the applicant as much information as possible about what exceptions we aren't really comfortable with at this time, so that they can go with all of that information. So I am curious to hear what other commissioners think about things, some of the other exceptions that are being asked for other than the height.
I will go ahead and weigh in, and anyone else is welcome to speak as well. But I had thought after we started hearing the public testimony that the one thing that really was bothering me a lot on the get-go that hasn't been mentioned is when I was comparing this to the application that we heard earlier, I didn't see any evidence of neighborhood outreach. I saw a response to their comments. And what I heard was, a lot of even maybe some blindsiding on the part of the applicant from not knowing what the neighbors thought about this. And yet we have a lot of detailed letters from, and I think that's where I would start with this thing is that the applicant hasn't done near enough to meet with the neighbors. I didn't hear any of the neighbors say that they didn't think houses should be built there. And we've heard that on other applications. But what we heard is that they want different kind of house to be built, and mostly a less tall house. And since the major exception that they're asking for is for the height, from the visibility perspective, I think that would be a place to start. I also think, like Commissioner Danoff, I don't necessarily know in terms of the cut and fill if there's. It might be that there's nothing can be done, but having the plate, having the floor height above the grade and stuff, I don't know if those are things that could help change the dynamics, but it seems to me that that it isn't in a state that we could possibly evaluate it to approve it without getting more neighborhood input and more direction about the height. And I will also add on, as far as the 25-foot thing, we've seen plenty of 2-story homes that are 25 feet. So I don't know that that they can't figure out how to get to 18 feet if they really try hard. I would also venture that the comments that were made in the presentation about houses on my street, Santa Rosa, and others up there. This is one of the unfortunate things about all these regulations, is that the hillside design guidelines were created in 2004, and all the homes in my neighborhood were built in the 80s. So, so if they were to try and do that today, they wouldn't be able to, or they'd have to reduce the height to 18 feet. But, we didn't have the benefit of the hillside design guidelines at that time. So, I think, we have to really be, consider, as staff said, that the 18-foot adjustment when you're visible is a major exception. And I haven't heard a good reason that they can't do that. Okay, so Vice Chair Barnett, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you, Chair. I share the concern about the height of the building, although the applicant said that the violation, which is up to 7 feet higher than the limit, is only in certain portions of the residences. But I still think that it makes an adverse impact in terms of the neighbors, the immediate neighbors, as well as those who can see the structure from down below in the valley. And I did want to say that a few things in favor of the project, that the square footage of the homes is substantially lower than the maximum. It's appreciated that the owner complied with the recommendations of the architectural consultant. What else? I agree with some of the commissioners that the cut and fill magnitude is not significant. I appreciate the effort made to landscaping, the improvements and mitigation, but I still think that there's a lot more that needs to be done. And let's see if there's anything else here. I think that was my basic comments. So I appreciate all that the applicant has done, but I still think we have the significant problem with the height issue.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burnett and Commissioner Janoff.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment about the materials board. I very much appreciate choice of colors and materials. I do agree that the homes will disappear more than some of those the applicant's examples into the hillside, so that will be less obtrusive. But I did want to make a comment regarding standing seam metal roofs. It's come to my attention that there are circumstances where standing seam metal roofs actually do create a substantial glare that is blindingly bright at times of the day. I'm aware of one in particular on Robin Way, which I happened to pass this morning when I was on my way back from looking at Crescent Drive. And I happened to look to my right and saw a blazingly bright reflection off of that standing seam metal roof. So my point to the applicant is, if you want to continue to use that material, I would be inclined as a planning commissioner to introduce a condition of approval that says a non-glare application would be necessary should it become apparent that an unintended glare is the result of that standing seam at any given time of the day. The sun moves and reflections change, but it could be a real distraction. So just a comment about the standing seam metal roof.
Very good. Okay, so what I'm hearing, absent any additional comments, is that this needs to be continued to allow the applicant some time to consider the height issue, to consider the neighborhood outreach, to consider additional landscape screening, and so that it's not just I'll do it, that there's more specificity, and I think that would be an appropriate discussion to have with the neighbors. So that they have an idea about how they'll be protected when these buildings are built. And And then there might be some other things that need to be looked at, but generally what I'm hearing is the commissioners are not as concerned about the grading or the cut and fill. But it definitely to take a look at if there's a way with reducing the height that something else could be changed that reduce the amount of cut and fill, that would be beneficial, but it's not as big of a deal as the height. Did I miss anything that people are thinking about? Because I agree we should give them some direction if we're going to request to continue. Okay, so then we need a motion to continue. So I'm hoping someone will do that. Commissioner Thomas.
I do have a question for staff before I make the motion, if that's okay. Chair, is that okay?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Just do we have to do we just say to a date certain, or do you have a date that we should declare?
Thank you, Commissioner. We would want to have a specific date that it was continued to, otherwise the noticing would have to be redone. And so staff would recommend that probably too soon to go to the December 14th meeting. So January 11th would be the recommendation of staff. And then if they need more time, we could continue it further at that point.
Would staff have the ability to just continue that, or would we have to vote on that again?
We would bring it as a consent item with a specific recommendation. So it would allow the project to continue with the public being aware of when it's continued to without having to do the public notice cards.
Okay, perfect. Because I know with the holidays, some like January 11th doesn't seem that far away. So it's a lot of work for the applicant to get done before then. So, okay, well then I move to issue a continuance for this application for both of the applications, I guess I should say, located at 400 Stormont Drive, APN 527-20-003 to a date certain of January 11th.
Can I get a second? Commissioner Clark.
A second.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, I will call the question and I'll start with the Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Tabana.
Yes.
Commissioner Raspy.
Yes.
Commissioner Janoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Vice Chair Burnett.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And since this is continuous, I do not believe there are any appeal rights, but I'll ask staff for clarification.
That's correct. No appeal rights.
Okay. Since we do have a few more minutes, we should go ahead and finish the rest of our meeting so that this could just be an agenda item versus not finishing our meeting. Does that staff concur with that?
Yes.
We just have to do so we will move on to the report from the Director of Community Development, and then we only have subcommittee reports left.
Thank you, Chair. So we were scheduled to have a Housing Element Advisory Board meeting last week on the 17th. Unfortunately, there were difficulties with the provider of the town's website. And so the online information was not available that afternoon or during the meeting. And so we did need to reschedule that. That is rescheduled to Thursday, the 1st of December at the standard 7 o'clock time, and information about the Zoom meeting will be available online. In addition to that, a recent town council meeting had a number of planning related items, including the second reading of the building code was adopted on the 15th of November. The second reading of the Senate Bill 9 SB 9 ordinance was also adopted on the 15th of November. And the objective standards went to town council. They made a few minor changes, including some additional details, for example, about bike parking, but as a whole accepted and appreciated the recommendations from Planning Commission and adopted those objective standards.
Very good. A lot happened. Okay, very good. Thank you for that. And then we will turn to subcommittee reports. In addition to their service on this commission, all of our planning commission members serve in addition on other subcommittees, which include the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, the Historic Preservation Committee, and the General Plan Committee, which this year is taking the form of the Housing Element Advisory Board, although we've had one meeting just as General Plan Committee. So let me see if there's, I can tell you that we haven't had the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting as stated by Ms. Armour. So Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, since our no report since our last meeting, right? And then Historic Preservation, is there any subcommittee report? No meeting in the last couple weeks. Because we only met less than 2 weeks ago.
Right.
All right, very good. Then we have finished all the items of our meeting. Are there any other comments by commissioners before I adjourn the meeting? Okay, very good. Thank you all for your hard work and service this evening, and as always. And we will see you all at our next meeting, which will be in December, whatever date you said.
14th.
14th. Thank you for that. So this meeting is adjourned. Do this.